Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, September the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Well, it would help if I put my mic on. So you guys probably heard me in YouTube, so I'll have to do it again for the main room. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So a couple of yeses just to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Brooke. Okay, guys. So first thing to look at today is KWEB. My goodness, KWEB. China stocks are flying this morning. KWEB. This is what I use as a China ETF. KWEB is absolutely flying this morning. China ADRs rise on recovery hopes, moves to support private economy. Okay. So individual China stocks, of course, things like FUTU is racing ahead this morning, but it's basically probably if you look at just about any China stock, you're going to see a nice move like this, and this wild one, the CCG, CCG. Here's the China stock also. Yeah, look at that, up 20% now. Of course, this is the one that hit $200 not that many days ago. Anyway, so China is very strong this morning to start anyway. So what else is happening? We've got MLGO right at the top of the list here, guys. MLGO, and launches knowledge enhanced backtracking search algorithm. Okay, so sort of an AI play. MLGO, huge move here, guys. Now, I don't know. I can't really remember this. If this, yeah, I sort of remember this one. Yeah, it's another China stock. Okay, so it is another China stock. 2.7 million in the float. Traded the float already. Traded 2.9 already. 2.7 million in the float. So this is obviously going to be, well, it's already super active. It's up 45%, but could be a lot more because when you look left, there's nothing stopping it until $71. Of course, I'm not saying it's getting to $71. LICN. How about guys on YouTube? I remember yesterday we had a problem with YouTube. Nobody could hear or see. So just want to make sure that YouTubers can hear me and see me or see the screen. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, great. LICN. Don't see any specific news. Just scanning some headlines. Don't see any specific news for LICN. SWIN is having a continuation day. Had a great day yesterday. Continuation. This was a fairly recent IPO. Probably was a SPAC, just based on the price of 10 up here. Probably was a SPAC. So next high looking left for SWIN is 620. Get to this morning, got up to 535. It's pulled back. Another China stock. Neptune. Well, guess what, guys? They did a financing. So financing, NEPT did a financing, knocked this one down 43%. Earnings play. Not too many earnings plays. This is one, though. This could be really interesting. SCHL. Not a lot of volume yet. Education company. Big gap down. Big gap down. See, the next low on the daily chart is 32.10. And then after that, $30, 30.44. So I have to see once this market opens, I have to see how this reacts. Market is in for a nice open, though. Not just China, but I've seen the SPY is. Boy, CCG is just ripping now, guys. It's the high of yesterday. High of yesterday was 23.81. SGen, yeah, new high, new all-time high for SGen. Some really positive news on their phase 3 study. I think it's something to do with the bladder cancer trial, and I think it's phase 3. So I think, yeah, so this is all-time high now for Seattle Genetics. Used to be called Seattle Genetics, I think. Anyway, CGen now. All-time high. What a great breakout. So that was actually an IPO at one of those low float IPOs. Okay, thank you, Casa. As always, appreciate all the stuff that you put in the room before I get in there. It's really really great of you. And I think somebody mentioned that I don't know if it was you or somebody else mentioned ACAB, ACAB. So they have now. This is a SPAC. So a biotech company called AbPro is set to merge. They entered into a definitive agreement on the 18th. So this is not going to happen until next year. Okay. And Flex is another earnings play, guys. FLUX. Again, not too many earnings plays. Flex is another earnings play. FLUX. Big day yesterday. Maybe people thought in advance of earnings, but certainly they were disappointed if they held overnight or actually after hours. They released after hours. Saw some news about GE this morning and their engine parts or something like that, but it doesn't seem to have affected the company too much. Safety concerns rise as the FAA alerts of possible counterfeit parts in GE CF6 jet engines. Anyway, so that was a little bit of news, but it doesn't seem to hurt the company that much. And just checking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here in the top 10 list. Call it the top 10 list. Anything over 10% is highlighted in this light green. Anything down more than 10% is highlighted in this orange in the change from the closed column. So, I don't really pay that much attention to some of these small ones. And that Murph is, it's a SPAC but definitely the SCHL guys, SCHL down 16%. Again, we have to wait for this market to open to see exactly how it's going to react once the market opens. It looks like it might be coming into a bit of a support area. 31.87 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So it's about $1 away. All right, what I'm going to do right now is to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning, see if we can find anything that's interesting. Well, analysts are definitely sleeping today. Hardly anything on the upgrade nor the nor the downgrade side. CCG, guys, continues over 20 now. CCG continues over $20 now. All right, let me see if there's anything that could be of interest. Take a look at YUMC, YUMC, China stock, and with a wow, I mean, look, Jeffries just put a $71.30 price target on it. I wish it were Goldman Sachs, but But anyway, Jeffries has put there's no volume yet, but it is a China stock. And of course, China is strong today. They've upgraded. They had a previous price target of 65.78, and now they've got a price target of 71.30 for YUMC. So, coupled with the fact that China is strong today, we'll have to see if this one moves. There's just no volume in it yet, 759. Buenos dias, Carlos. And on the downside, hardly anything. Sorry, guys, I forgot to put them, the stock symbols in caps. Accidentally did not hit my caps key. Downgrade. Let's take a look if there's any interesting ones on the downgrade side. All right, CHCT. I want to take a look at this one. CHCT. Robert Barrett has downgraded it. Yeah, it's already there. They've downgraded to 33, but it's below 33. 7130 with an upgrade to 7130 by Jeffrey. Tremendous run. Yeah, I did not take it at CCG. Just a tremendous run. The next high, as I think I said, was 2381 is the next high looking left. So they actually did put out some news. Okay, so drives growth through collaboration with top NEV players, including LI Auto. I didn't I read this morning that NIO is coming out with their own smartphone? NIO. I'm sure NIO is up just because of China, but not because of that. And I thought I saw something about a smartphone and NIO, NIO. Meanwhile, yeah, China is just ripping here, guys. KWEB. So if you're going to play a China stock, I would have this one side by side, thumbnail, KWEB. You know, if you're going to play a China stock that doesn't have any specific news for it, I would have this one just to keep an eye on what's happening with the overall China market. Is the news on Intel old or new? Let's see. Well, it hasn't affected it at all. European Union imposes a 400 million. That's peanuts. but serious, yeah, 400 million fine for abuse of market power. I guess that could be, whatever. But this might have been old news or reiterated news. I don't know because it's been falling the last couple of days. But the market has been weak also. So, all right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. As I say, we're going to be in for a nice positive open. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% in green. What does it mean? It means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. So again, when you just do a quick perusal of everything, everything is at least over 50%. Okay, so again, we're in for a nice positive open. But let's see now. What was the one? I think let's take a look at financials, guys. Again, I want to see how close financials now is to that 200-day moving average based on yesterday. Wow, there you go. There you go. So it broke down below the 200-day moving average yesterday. Okay, so now well, we know retail, we know consumer staples, and we know healthcare. Those three are below the 200-day moving average, and now so as well. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen today, but it closed down below the 200-day moving average yesterday, and that is the financial sector. Yeah, and XLB, of course, the day before yesterday closed down below and continues down, and that is material sector. And now even wow, so we're getting a lot of the major sectors now below the 200-day moving average. Sorry, excuse me, XLI is now below the 200-day moving average. So we're getting a lot of sectors now below the 200-day moving average. Definitely not bullish. Let's take a look at communications, and I mean they're going to be way above, but my guess is that we're going to start to see some drifting down towards. Yeah, so you can see what's happening here, even in communications, which has been hugely above the 200-day. That's the 200-day moving average right there, rising 200-day moving average. Excuse me, and then the XLK technology. Yeah, another one. Rising 200-day moving average, and very choppy action, but we'll have to see what happens today. I said the market is in for a bit of a pop today. Well, I typically don't trade very much in the pre-market, Jose. So if you're asking me what I'm looking for, I really don't trade in the pre-market too much. I mean, it would not be anything different from if the market, during normal market hours, if I saw, a decent setup, maybe a stock taking out the high in the pre-market, things like that. But I don't trade the pre-market that much. This is not shortable for me. MLGO is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, somebody else might want to chime in there. Jose's asking, what filter or criteria are you looking to identify a potential good stock during market hours? So, are you talking about trading during market hours or just, I mean, all I'm doing right now in this pre market preamble that I have, we're just looking at stocks that are moving in the pre market. And so we identify them and then, we see whether or not are they still going to be really tradable once the market opens. Tradable meaning, are they going to do anything or are they just going to give it up? When I say give it up, especially a lot of the bios, they'll see nice big pops in the pre-market and then they just kind of fizzle. So we don't know whether there'll be a potential breakout. Okay. I mean, I look at, I'll look at, I mean, you look at Seattle Genetics as an example. I mean, this is an all-time high, very possible. It could move higher. Had great news, phase 3 data. Possible it could move higher. It's an all-time high. So there's nothing blocking it, as an example. Yeah, and as Panda's saying, I mean, some of these crazy low float, high volume, low floats. I mean, but we just don't know. I mean, I guess the key word, as you said, is potential. You just never know until the market opens. Also, the market is, as we speak, though it is starting to fade a bit. I mean, you like to see the market maybe on your side, depending on what direction you're trying to go with the trade. But the market is starting to fade a bit. We've almost going to have not quite an hour straight down. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. But talking about this pre-market stuff, I mean, yes, sometimes we can unearth a little gem in the pre-market, but I'll be honest, in the last year or so, I have found that the pre-market work is not as important for me anyway as it used to be. I could probably not do anything. There's no way I wouldn't because I'm just so, trained, if you will, to look at the pre-market and try to identify some stocks. But if I didn't do anything in the pre-market, if I just literally turned on my machine at 9:30, 9:30 Eastern time, it probably wouldn't make that much of a difference because some of the stocks that we see, they didn't really do anything in the pre-market, and all of a sudden the market opens and they start to fly. So I, mhm. Yeah, Jay, I mean, you could have continuation plays that didn't really do had great days yesterday and didn't really do too much in the pre-market, and then they start once the market opens, they continue. Now, I'm not saying, you shouldn't do pre-market work. I will always do some pre-market work, but I'm not finding it quite as important as I used to. Now, I might have to temper that a little bit because once we get into earnings season, we can see some, big earnings plays in the pre-market, what they've done. So it certainly helps to perhaps identify the ones that you think are going to really move once the market opens. So, but right now, I'm just not finding that it's that big a deal to do any pre-market work. We did find in the pre-market, the fact that Goldman Sachs had an upgrade for a Sewell a couple of days ago. Without knowing that, I would not have known anything about a Sewell. So, I mean, I am saying I will always do it, but I'm just not finding that it's as important as it used to be to me anyway. Well, it was an earnings play. SCS was an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, there are so that's why I'm saying, we do have a couple of earnings plays but I would have seen that anyway because, I've got an earnings, I do have an earnings filter or scan, I guess, so I would have seen that. But no, I mean, it's not that I'm not going to do it, but, right now here's this one. I mean, I'm sort of interested in this SCHL to see what it does. It is one of the few earnings plays. It's a big, big, huge gap down. I mean, look at that gap down on the weekly. But I mean, I don't know if it's going to bounce or keep moving down. I mean, maybe it's hasn't traded that much. But what we saw with the SCC, sorry, SCS was the gap. We saw all sorts of room when we looked at the weekly chart. So that's what got me interested and all this room. So if you were asking, I mean, I will, if you're asking what I'd be looking for, sure. I mean, if something's got a nice gap, potential gap fill, sure. I mean, the MLGO, obviously an insane potential gap fill. I mean, it's not going to get up to 72, but look at this weekly chart. So of course, and it's a low float and it's China. So, it's going to be active. It's already active, but it's going to be active once this market opens. 4 million have traded already, only 2.77 in the float. So, it's traded the float. What is that? About 1.75 times. But sometimes I identify something in the pre-market that I think might do something and doesn't do anything. So it can be quite hit or miss. Indy's on. Okay, guys. INDI. Indy's having a bit of a move. 122 million in the float. That's a big float. But it's having a bit of a move. Commences warrant exchange offer and consent solicitation, whatever that all means. But that's a little bit of news for INDI this morning. Really, HKD is having okay, May, okay, it's the old May repurchase up to 50 million, $50 million dollars. And you mentioned AMTD, yes. Increases share repurchase program or increases share repurchase program by 20 million. So I guess they must have said 30 million before. Now they've increased it maybe up to 50 million. Oh, this is the same. I'm sorry, guys. AMTD and HKD are tied in. That's why you posted it together, Liam. Less than a minute. Yes. Well, less than a minute, less than 7 seconds. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of this. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Mr. F1 himself, Paradox. Okay, guys. So let's see. BTM, Bitcoin play. Yeah. So the market actually put in an hour straight down. Okay, after the highs. So that started at 8:30. So we had an hour straight down, and now the opening candle is red. So this might not be a big recovery day after all. Yeah, this was the one from yesterday, AONC. So WPC had the what happened there? WPC had the big down day yesterday. This was this WP carry and had a big down day yesterday and is continuing down now. WPC. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to continue down for the rest of the day like yesterday. I'm just, we're just pointing out that this is a continuation down from yesterday. Still early though. LTHM, a bounce play today. So, like most stocks, so most stocks are going to have a red daily candle. Okay, so but LTHM now is trying to bounce. It's a reversal, daily reversal, but it is early. It is very early. BABA guys, of course, China, big China stock, BABA, big China stock. What's the float? Probably don't have, we seem, our provider doesn't seem to want to give us float information for some of these foreign stocks. So I don't know. If you're using our single stock window and you're looking for float and you don't see it, what I would suggest, everybody, okay, everybody, just have this. This is what I use. Let's see if I can find it here. So I use this dilution tracker, okay? And dilution tracker is telling us 27 million in the float. Okay. All right. We have our first halt of the day. Red zone. I know it's not red zone, but it just wants to be called red zone. RDZN, and that's the first halt. Started trading yesterday as RDZN yesterday. Um, MOND. This was one I think that was sinking yesterday. This Yeah, this one had a bad day yesterday. Really bad 4 days. Bad 4 days. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. So let's take a look at that. earnings play, SCHL, see what it's doing. It looks like it's trying to have a bit of a bounce, but still too early. Yeah, that WPC is really, yeah, continuation so far anyway, so far. Okay, guys, well, too bad. We had an hour down, and now this first 15-minute candle is ominously red right now. We're only 5 minutes in, though. Aha, now guys, keep an eye on the YUMC. I mean, the YUMC, how many shares? 129,000. Not bad. Three times normal. Remember, YUMC had the price target put on him by Jeffries. 71.30. 71.30. I gotta write that down. So YUMC, $71.30 price target put on them by Jeffries. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but the China stock. Speaking of China, let's take a look now. As our market, the U.S. market, starts to fade somewhat, let's see what's you see. KWeb is doing the same thing. So if you were all enthusiastic about China stocks at the very beginning, as I said, you should probably have KWeb as a thumbnail chart just to keep an eye on what's happening to the overall China market. Okay, so you can see KWeb is acting just like the SPY, really. The early one in the abnormal option activity scanner, early one. This one actually showed up yesterday as a short in the option scanner. Now it's trying to turn around a bit. This is out of India, right? Ireland. Sorry. I should know the flag by now. Okay, guys. So YUMC is not fading. I mean, that Jeffries upgrade might be, well, I'm sure it's really helping. That's what we're talking about. Jeffries upgraded to Yum China to buy with a target of 71.30. Meanwhile, CCG, guys, I think it has no 2381 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it takes out that 2381, I mean the next high is 36. Oh, I'm tempted on this EMC. Now, the only issue I've got is looking left, you've got 58, 57.89, 58.05, 58.19, and then you've got the 200-day. Unfortunately, yeah, you just got all these little areas in which you could stall. What I'm going to do is put an alert up here, a price alert right around that 200-day moving average. Like, who knows? Maybe that upgrade will be enough to really keep it moving. But right now, I just don't like it because, I mean, looking left, I see three highs which the current price is below, and then that 200-day moving average. So I'm not liking it as much as I would if we did. For instance, if we didn't see this, if I looked left and the next high looking left was up here, say at 60, I'd be all over this. Yeah, MLGO pop up to $6 in the pre-market. Obviously, a ton of room. I mean, ridiculous amount of room. I do now remember this day or week when it got up to $72 approximately, and it's a China stock, low float. Look how many shares now, 9.9 million traded, 2.7 in the float. Look at ARM, guys. ARM taking a deep downward move from 53 down to 51. ARM, ARM. I keep waiting to see if, I mean, so it's, again, it's right at the IPO price. Oh, is this it for Carvana? Look at Carvana. CVNA, I haven't really been following Carvana the last little while, but this, over the last few days, it's had a big drop. Now, look at this market, guys. So the Dow is now a little bit negative. NAS is up just a little bit, and the SPY is basically flat. So after that little bit of a euphoric run at the beginning in the pre-market, it's giving it all up. Now Vino yesterday, VNO was a one that a lot like the WFC in terms of a big down. I mean, it's not the same. Oh, you know what? Office, retail, real estate. So it is same sector, right? As that WPC. Sorry. And you know another one is SLG. So these office REITs, can I call them that? Office REITs, SLG, VNO, and then yesterday the WPC. So they're all weakening. And is that one is HRMY? I think you said you were long this one. No, this is bio. Wow. Are you long this one? Not real, but William, did you say you're long this one? HRMY. Okay. Well, then I won't short it. 3250 is the next low looking left on the daily. No, I will not do that. A lot of other opportunities to short. I'm not going to go against a fellow trader. You can beg all you want. I'm not going to. It just wouldn't feel right. So this one's got about $1 until the next highs, kind of. Okay, this LPG, deep sea freight transportation. Boy, guys, look at ARM. ARM, I mean, it's below the IPO price. It flirted with 50 yesterday, got down to 50.70. Actually, I'm wrong. It actually got below 50 yesterday, 49.85, and then it bounced back up. But this is getting weaker. I mean, all these, too bad, we had the massive excitement about this one, and when it came out, 2 great days. Well, the second day was great until it started to fade, of course, and then the last few days it's just been fading. Take a look. I know. I think Shady went long cart. And I guess if you went long card at 31.10, I guess you have been stopped out. Or didn't trigger. Okay. I saw it was above 31, but I guess it was on the way down. And so you were saying if it got back up there. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad. X-ray guys, X-ray. This just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And the next low looking left is about 32.45 on the weekly chart. Anyway, this just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. So give me a moment. Okay, now the market is putting in a green bar now, sort of maybe it's going to counteract that first 15 minute. Okay, guys, well, I took the X-ray short. Now I'm going to put a 34 stop on it, whole number stop. Okay, I'm in the X-ray short. This is where it happened here. 10-day daily breakdown, 33.78. And it's got some room on the weekly chart down to 32.50. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I'm in the X-ray short. I wish the market weren't doing this, but we'll see what happens. Hey, there's the MLGO, guys. The MLGO now on the move. Pre-market high was $6. Now this could go absolutely bananas. I mean, just look left. Looking at a six break. Looking at a six break. Highly risky. Okay, just remember 2.7 million in the float. Highly risky. They did have some news, so it's not completely devoid of news. They did have some news, announced knowledge, enhanced backtracking, etc. Okay, so there is some news, but look what happened. I'm waiting. In fact, you know what? If I were you guys, maybe put a price alert at the high of the pre-market, 609. See if it takes it out. And again, if it takes it out, doesn't mean I'm just going to pile into the trade, but I certainly want to know about it because look at the room it's got. And that's all traders are looking at right now. They're just looking at, this week back in, wow, it's back in December of last year. So guess what's having a bounce, guys? SCHL earnings play. One of the very few earnings play. Bit of a bounce anyway. Okay, so unfortunately, Chad can't hear me. I'm assuming you guys can hear me, right? It's just Chad. Okay, guys. What happened here? Come on. Okay, guys. MLGO. Well, that little delay helped me. I was going to take it, but I could. Okay, 605, 60. Okay, it looks really interesting. But again, if you're going to take this, I wouldn't take too many shares because it's going to be very volatile. You have to have a stop somewhere. But it did pop above the pre-market high. Again, I don't mind paying more for it because of the gap. So I'm just watching the way it trades at around 6. I'm just watching this way. This is trading around 6, guys. Well, okay, just quickly, the do not repeat is just a reference, okay? It's showing me the first time, okay? If you don't want to see the symbol over and over again, you can use the don't repeat. It's just a reference to tell me where was the first alert. So it's not so much, what do I use them both, just but this is more like a reference. What was the first alert? What did it do from that alert? Okay. Good. Yeah. Oh, sorry guys, I'm just having a here we this MLGO, I mean, it's just hanging right around that 6 level. Okay, this is a situation where I do have to concentrate a little bit. I'm not in it yet, but I'm looking for an entry. And you have to have a plan. I'm not telling anybody to trade this. I'm kind of looking at the 620 level if it gets back up there. And the issue really, excuse me, I could put a price alert, but the problem is that it could just pop right through that really, really quickly. So that's why all I'm doing right now is just looking at the time and sales, excuse me, of MLGO. It's the same scan. It's exactly the same scan. It just doesn't repeat the symbol over and over again. It's exactly the same scan, Jose. It just doesn't repeat the symbol over and over again. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. Can it hold that 620? Yes. Okay, I've traded some out already though. Okay. I don't have any faith in So right at around that, it got up to 661. As it pulled back down to 650, I got out right at 650 some from holding some, just in case it does something really, really crazy. But I've taken some decent profit already on it. So here we've got our time and sales. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Now, why did I take some at 650? I just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, with that float, but I will hold on to some just in case it does something really crazy. So again, Jose, this is all it is, okay? It's you see CRH, that's the first time it was alerted, and here it is over and over again. Every time it made a new high. So it's exactly the same scan. It's just one is a repeating version. Okay, guys, I got out of the X-ray. Okay, I took myself out of the X-ray. There's a little loss on it. I don't like the way it's trading. And now I just concentrate on the Milagro, MLGO. Big break over 650 will really, I think, get it running again. Okay, guys. Well, a little break over. Well, break over 650 now for the MLGO. Now, can it break 7? Well, again, the only reason, Tristan, to sell is because 2.7 million in the float, as you know, this could sink like a stone, just like that. So, and my advice to anybody who's in this one, do not wander away from your computer, okay? For any reason. And I mean any reason. Okay, guys, I've sold most of my position now. Okay. We got up to 680, 680, a little fade back down to 650. So in this area, I have just a little bit left, just in case it does something insanely crazy. I don't think it's going to get it, not going to get up to 72, but no bathroom breaks. Exactly. No bathroom breaks. Nothing. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. Catheters. There you go, Pierre. It depends. I when you first said that, William, I was wondering, depending on what? But yeah, it depends. Well, that, nice way to start. So there you go, Jose, you talk about what do we look for? Ah, turbo. Okay, guys, let's see if this is exciting at all. Turbo, this is the one from Spain. What did it open at? So 5 to 6 was the projected IPO price, 1 million shares. So as we speak, not bad. At least it's over. But let's see this thing settle down. Right at this point, I'll put a price alert at the high of the day. Is there a way hotkeys? I don't know. I mean, I don't use hotkeys at all. There probably is. You probably could. Ovi, anybody use IB and hotkeys? Now, listen, I'm going to put an alert for MLGO right at the high of the day, just over 7, in fact, and see if later on, well, in fact, I've already got it there, so I don't have to reset my price alert. Ideally, if you're not in this right now, ideally, what could happen is, just kind of settle down a bit. Now, if you're in it, of course, we want it to, excuse me, keep moving higher. But if you're not in this one, just let it settle down a little bit. And then later on, if it takes out that high, I think it'll get a lot of traders interested again, just because when they look left, they see this insane gap. Okay. Well, in fact, so it might not happen. It might not settle down yet. But a different day for me anyway. There we go, guys. Not quite 7 yet. So you can see why I love these low priced, low float China stocks, because they can do the absolute insane, they can have the insane moves, but you've got to be careful, of course. Meanwhile, FFIE is having a reversal day. I think they had some news this morning. Well, I like to think it's a group effort, G. Real mentioned it also, that it was holding. Obviously was on my radar right from the beginning, based on the pre-market work, but it's a team effort. Well, I really don't have to do too much for the rest of the day, guys. I mean, to be honest, I mean, if I were not moderating a trading room, I'd probably be shutting my computer down and saying, adios, see you Monday. And there we go, guys, 7:05. Put a price alert at 7:05 and marching higher. Wow. Okay, but look at that. Look at the massive pullback. Okay, so I mean, that's what I mean. You cannot wander away. I mean, that went up what 750, and now there it is. So, yeah, I think that's it for me. I don't have any left now. Okay, I wish I could say that I everything I bought I sold at 752, but of course that's not the case. But anyway, just a great, great percentage move. But it could be over for a while. Now, this is what I mean, though. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert at 751 later on in the day. It could take that out, and it could get traders who were not in it earlier, and they're ticked off because they weren't in it. It might get a lot of new interest if it took out that high of the day later on, just because of what happened back in December. Okay, that's all. No other reason. So hopefully everybody was able to manage the risk. Look at the market. Look at the market too. Look at speaking about a reversal. Look at this market. Turb halted. You better say that really, really carefully. Turb halted. Okay, on the way up or the way down. Can't quite tell from here. On the way up. Okay, to look at other things now. So there's the so this so far. I don't think I've seen a Spanish IPO before, but this is the first for me anyway. This is a Spanish IPO, and 671 is the halt. This blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with or Blue Window, nothing to do with trade ideas. Oh gosh, what I heard, would I hold MGLO till Monday? Absolutely 100% no. Now listen, somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, it could go crazy on Monday and Tuesday all next week, but no, it's just not my, with something that's that low of a float. I mean, look, would I take maybe 100 shares to see? Maybe, but no, it's not my style. I don't really believe in these low floats that they're going to have. I mean, some of them, have tremendous continuations, but anyway, there's the halt for TURB, TURB, 671. There's the potential open at 752. In our YouTube room, PJ. That's okay. I mean, it's a valid question. And there will be some that might hold a piece. I mean, look at the CCG. What if you'd done that with the CCG? Okay, there's always a what if. Bad example. Because if you had held this, but seriously, I mean, there's some. So I don't have a problem, take 50 shares or maybe 100 shares as long as you're prepared to lose all your money. In this particular case, that'd be like, I mean, it's not going to go to zero. Talking about the MLGO. But again, I'm not, I'm certainly not an investment advisor. So this is a reversal play, guys. Oh, here's the SCHL. I've missed this, I guess. This is actually on a bounce. 34.96 was the alert right there, 34.96. So it's at 35. So I really haven't missed it much. Now, the interesting thing is I never used to take an option trade or an option. Better rephrase that. I'm not trading options. Okay. This scanner just looks for all I'm doing as a day trader, intraday trader, is I'm just looking for stocks having abnormal volume. Okay. An abnormal day. One way to do it is to look at their option activity. Obviously, the other way we do it is looking at that relative volume. Relative volume right now for SCHL is 46, which means it's trading 46 times normal up to this time of day. However, look at that. It's only traded 500,000 shares. So you can see right off the bat that that's 46 times normal. That means this doesn't trade very much normally. And then when you look at the option volume, I mean, the total option number of contracts today is only 985. Now, if people ask me, are they calls or puts? I don't really care. This is just the total number of contracts, but that is 17 times normal, 1708%, which is 17 times normal. So, coupled with the high relative volume, this allows me to zero in on stocks that are just having an abnormal day. I'm not trading the option. It's just another way for me to find stocks trading abnormally. Okay. Is steel case done? Of course, well, I had the great earnings release a couple of days ago. I don't know if it's done. I mean, the high yesterday got up to what 1141. I certainly don't know if it's done. Now the issue, I mean, look where it got to. It got up to 1138, and the whole reason why we got into this one a couple of days ago on earnings was because it had the big gap on the weekly chart, and that is up to 1140. What did it do this week? It got up to 1138. So, I mean, that it looks to me that that is a block right there for a while anyway. To me, that's why you always hear me. I look left. I look left. I look left. All right, guys, Hertz. I'm seeing Hertz is hurting right now. HTZ, HTZ, um, lifetime low now. Now, remember, you're wondering, well, wait a minute. I thought Hertz went bankrupt. Sort of. And I guess they filed for Chapter 11. They went to the pink sheets, but made a miraculous recovery and got actually back onto Nasdaq. But now this is an all-time low. Trading. When did it start trading as Hertz again? Yeah, so this is not sure how I can identify this as an all-time low, but anyway, HTZ is getting weak. Oh, what a great daily reversal this one was. CETX coming right into the high of 2 days ago now. CETX. So it's only 10:15. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to go over a lot of things you'll find on my homepage, including the scans that I'm sharing. So if you already have trade ideas and you're, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. Tell your friends and family. This is a free room. Come on in, even if they're not traders. Maybe they just want to, kind of understand about what goes on in the market. 6 years. Oh my goodness, Tobu. Well, welcome back. Give me a moment, please. Hertz continues down, guys. I mean, this market now, we're in that chop market again. We had that big hour and 15 minutes straight down, and that 9:45 candle kind of wiped out the first 15-minute candle, and then it looked really good. Looked like it was going to actually get to the pre-market highs. Okay, Turb just opened. Turb just opened, so that was a long halt. This was That was a 10-minute halt, guys. Turb just opened, TURB, new IPO out of Spain today. Only 1 million shares issued. The IPO price was going to be between 5 and 6, so it's above but I don't see tremendous enthusiasm right now. So what I'm going to do, well, wait a minute, maybe I will. I'm going to put an alert here, 738, that's the high, and see if it takes it out. See, all I have to do is put a, see, that's all you have to do, guys. Trading strategy, just put price alerts above the price you're in, and it'll move there. And of course, I'm just kidding, but well, that's nice to see, guys. I mean, I'm not in this one, but I mean, it's nice to see a successful. This is why I really like these low float ones. Never used to trade them. Never, never, never on the day of. But I've definitely there's definitely something to these things. You just have to, I got to be careful as always, because there's very, very few shares that have been issued. Appreciate that, Art. But what I was trying to say about the SPY, though, I mean, we're in a very choppy SPY market again. Topping tails, bottoming tails, direction unknown. So why that can affect you is depending on what sort of stocks you like to trade. I mean, if you're trading stocks that kind of follow the market, like the large cap stocks, it's, to me anyway, be very difficult. That's why these ones here typically don't really care that much about what the overall market's doing. They're sort of fly under the radar. This got halted on the way down now, guys. So there you go. There's the TURB halted on the way down. This could be over. I mean, there's the projected open 630. Of course, we're halted on the way down. So it makes sense that if it opens, it'll be below the halted price. Again, this is time and sales for interactive brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. But now you see, this is what I'm going to do. High of the day was right around 7. So what I'm going to do is just put actually, I'm wrong, 790. So I will put a price alert. That's right at the high of the day. And later on in the day, if it pops through that, I may take it. Okay. That's all I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to forget about it. Give me one moment. Okay, guys. Well, there's the, I have no more left, but there's the MLGO back over 7. So far, no AI alerts from us. No alerts yet. Now there's the Yum C, I mean, again, didn't take it because I looked left and for me anyway, I just saw too much potential resistance, but you know what? It's almost at that high right there. But then the issue is that 200-day moving average at 58.69, not that far away. If it takes all that out, I mean, it's got a shot then to the 60-30 level. Why am I talking about it? Because Jeffries analysts put a $71.30 price target on it. So this has certainly helped the move. It's a China stock, but you can see, look how it's traded. Look how the SPY is traded. Actually, let's take a look at KWEB to see how KWEB is. There's a China ETF. So YUMC is really kind of trading on its own because it's got news of its own. Okay, so I don't put forecasts so much, Jiggy. So depends when you were in the room. I mean, I open the room. Well, the room is open. I don't open it. Either William or Chris opens the room. Usually before 8 o'clock, but certainly by 8 o'clock. And then between 8 and 9, you guys can talk amongst yourselves. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So I mean, we saw this one in the pre-market. You can see this tan area right here was in the pre-market. That's the tan area. So we knew this was a super active stock in the pre-market. So the first thing you look at is what's the float. So I mean, if you're new to trading, I mean, at 2.77 million in the float, it's the available number of shares that can be traded. Okay. And so when that number is low and 2.77 is very, very low, when there is demand for whatever reason, and yeah, they put out a little press release, look how many shares are traded, 37 million. So that means if you divide 2.77 into 37 million, that'll give you a ratio, which is the float turnover. That's how much the float is turned over. That's a huge number. Okay. I mean, most stocks do not turn their float over on a daily basis, but when there's excitement about them for whatever reason, then you're going to see stocks with high float turnovers. So that's number one. So but the big reason, if you look left on the weekly chart for MLGO, you can see that back in December, it had a huge move. And I can't remember why. It was just probably, we'll call it irrational exuberance. It was probably a China IPO or a SPAC or something that turned into an IPO. and I got up to 71.71. So for all those reasons, that's why this was of, supreme interest to all of us. Okay. When you look left and you see that massive potential gap fill, nobody is saying in this room, especially not myself, that it's going to get back up to $71. But traders around the world will look at something like that and go, wow, okay, what if it gets, within, up to $10 or $8 or even $6 if you're in back here at 5. Okay. So that's kind of why we were really, really watching this one. Now, there was no guarantee it was going to do what it was going to do, but it looked like it had a lot of things that were lining up. Plus China stock, it is a China stock, though I don't really know if it had anything to do with it. If you look at KWeb, which is a China, what I use to follow what the overall China market is doing, KWeb, China was strong anyway. I really don't think it mattered. I mean, I don't really think the overall China market really had to be strong for this MLGO to be doing what it's doing, but it certainly can't hurt. Okay. Now, there's no forecast. I'm not, all I do is I look left to see, well, where could it go until it hits the next high? Obviously, I don't think it's going to go to $71. Okay, so maybe that helps a bit. And there you go. I'm not in it anymore. I was kind of hoping this would happen later on in the day, but wow. Well, again, all I do, I just keep putting price alerts. So this is for you guys who are still in it. This is another trading strategy. Just keep putting price alerts above the current price, and of course, it'll hit it. And I'm just kidding, but I'm so surprised it has not been halted. In fact, yeah, there it goes. Oops, there's the halt, guys. I was just going to say this is going to get halted. How would I possibly know that? Well, when I was watching the bid and ask was at 802, 803, and it hung there for a bit, and almost no chance that you can get a 1 cent spread, okay, on a stock that is moving this quickly. And so that's what I saw. Congratulations for those of you who held on, because this is your potential open 960. There's your halt at 802. There is your potential. So auto, I mean, there are all sorts of, I mean, you have to have a trading plan, of course. I mean, there are people that say 1%. If you're listening to Michael Noss on Tuesday, he was suggesting 0.5%. Some people say 2% of your account. Doesn't really matter what I do, but you're talking about what percent do you take of your account per trade? And I've always been this sort of a trader, by the way. It's not, even if I weren't moderating a trading room, I was never one to have a bunch of positions open at the same time. I've said many times I typically have no more than two at the same time. The odd time I might have three, but typically I only have two open at the same time. The reason being is that I do like to manage my trades. I don't like to use auto stops or anything like that. That's just a personal preference. Okay, nothing against auto stops, but I just I have a I guess I can term I'm a bit of a feel trader. I like to sort of feel the way it's trading, checking the market, what is it doing, and so that's what I like to do. So I could never do that if I had 5 or 6 positions open at the same time. It'd be too many to manage, and that again, that is just my trading style. No, I'm still not in, I'm out of the Milagro or MLGO, and I have no idea where it could trade. All I can say is that right now that you got to hope that this opens, it's not going to be a 10-minute halt because, it briefly flashed 10 as a potential open, but it does look like it's going to open higher. And where it goes, I don't know. I mean, I just keep saying that when you look left, there's no resistance on the chart, none, zero. So where it goes, anybody's guess. Okay, I don't have no idea where it's going to go, where it's going to finally stall. Yeah, the problem with posting it, Tristan, is that by the time I take a trade and then I post it, it could be like a Milagro, this one, this absolutely shot. I got in this one, I think it was at 620. Take a look. Yeah, 624. By the t- by the time I would post it, that probably was at 650. So that's why I don't. Okay, especially something that moves so quickly. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, if whether you have volume or not. Again, this is not a room in which I'm telling people what to buy or sell. But it really hinders. Yeah, I mean, is there a reason why you don't have volume? Or you're at work or something? You can't listen to me. So of course, all that I just said is gone for naught because you can't hear me. Because what I don't want to be is one of these people who, after the fact, posts I'm in at 624 and the stock's at 650. But there's no way I'm going to type in, well, I'm going to get in at 624 because by the time I do that and post it, it could have already gone to 650. So okay, guys. Wow, 10:34. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up now. There's internal discussions, the trade ideas that I'm trying to keep up with also. Okay, is DHC qualified? Now, I'm not a big pullback player, okay, but let's take a look at DHC. Somebody's asked me in our YouTube room, does DHC qualify for a pullback? Well, it's already moved. So, I mean, the pullback was down here. So, I mean, when did you post that? 10:33. So that's 2 minutes ago. Yeah. So, I mean, it already has moved. I mean, I don't, and the relative volume is pretty low. I mean, it's only trading 50% of what it normally does. So, for me, I will never see a DHC. And the other thing is that the next high looking left is 238, which is pretty. I mean, so if you're just looking at it now, wondering if you should take it, I mean, personally, it doesn't fit any of my it doesn't fit my checklist or doesn't because 238 is the next high looking left. That's too close. But again, I hate to give advice. Wow, look at the market. By the way, guys, I hate to give advice like that because the next second it could jet up to three. But that's what I see, Rajesh. Okay. Wow, look at Morph, guys. Morph is just getting hit here. I mean, this I sort of remember this a couple of days ago. I can't remember what the news was, but Morph just got absolutely clobbered here. The next low looking left is 38.44. So wow, there's a lot of room on the weekly chart for this one to keep moving down. Trying to see if there's any specific news for today. So this is going to be more than a, oh, I see. So this, now not to confuse this with Murph. Okay. There's Morph and there's Murph. This is MORF. ADTX halted because of volatility. Let's take a look at ADTX. Halted because of volatility on the way down. Okay. Not very much volume though. Look at that. 82,000. That's it. So meanwhile, the MLGO is still halted. So this is going to be more than a 10-minute halt, or it's going to be maybe a 10-minute halt. Um, Still looking good if you're in this one. There's a potential open, $9. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, this will open 28 seconds after 10:20 at 10:38. Again, this is my halts resumes from Tradedeas. So before I start talking about what you can find on my homepage, I'll keep this open and see if this resumes in about 20 seconds from now. Okay. And this is on the, oh, it opened. Okay. So opened, wow, great open, great open, great open. Congrats for those of you who held on. I was going to hold on to a piece. I just didn't. So that was halted at 802 and it is still above that halt price. Great open. But you can see now, I mean, there was the pop up to 10 and a drop down to 838. So now we're in this territory of total uncertainty. So this looks weak to me now, but okay. LZM is another earning. Not sorry, let's play. I'm getting carried away here. LZM is another one that just got halted, and this is another low. Actually, it's not a low float. No, hardly any volume yet. Battery metals supply chain. Okay, so this is, if there's any news on this one. All right, look at this. Just no volume yet, though, guys. You got to be awfully careful. I'm sure the volume is going to pick up. LZM. So, so much for lazy Fridays. Well, I'll tell you what, Tovu. I'm going to talk a little bit at my homepage, and then I will show you the scans that I'm sharing. Some of them you may or may not like. Okay. One. So let me go over my homepage information, and I'll get to the scan information. Okay, guys, so I just put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So first of all, if you do want to take out a subscription, we've got a nice promo on for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So this is what I would do. If you don't have trade ideas, if you're thinking about getting it, what I would do is I would never take and don't get 20%, use my code and you'll get 25%. So I would take out a monthly subscription. If you don't know this product, but you're thinking about trying it, take out a monthly subscription. And if you want to remain monthly after the first month, that's fine. But within actually at any time, I can always get you a 25% discount if you want to go annual. Okay. So the reason for going annual, of course, is that your per month cost will be average cost will be lower. But of course, you've got to come up with the money up front. But you can always try it for a month. And if you don't like it, just unsubscribe. It's that simple. Okay. Get started. This is you must do this. Okay. This is a software program. There was a learning curve. This runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, okay, charts. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, we've got a Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He put a series of videos that you can take a look at. I think it'd be great if you're new to trading to take a look at this. Trading 101. It's all free. I wonder what my stock of the day video is going to be. So I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. It's mainly for marketing purposes, but you can take a look at that. Now, the trade of the week, this is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. I usually say about an hour before, sometimes earlier. Excuse me. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the big education section we've got here. So we've got a great user guide. Click on that user guide. That getting started section, the 10 short videos. If you want more details about what an alert window is all about, there it is. Top list windows, stock racing, and price alerts. I really, really think you should be looking at price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. So simple to do. Okay, and I'll demonstrate how do you do it a little bit, maybe 5 or 10 minutes from now. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And what happens is when I take my break, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And we have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. So it works out perfectly. Today is Friday. So it should be Andy who will take over for me in our YouTube room. So I'll just confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. I think it's a good idea to head over when I do take my break. We're all different. We all have different styles of trading. So, you can sort of see how they trade. They might have scans that they want to share. And last, my scans. Okay, so here are the scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just scroll down a little bit, and that's that middle section. These are the scans that I am sharing. So this is what I use in the this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts as up and down. Okay, and of course that's what we saw the MLGO earlier. We saw that was very active in the pre-market, so that was one to focus on. So these are the ones that you can see. I've got my halts resumes, they're over here. There's the momentum scan, MOMO scan is right there. This is the abnormal option activity scan is right here. I do share my single stock window. These are just Tradedeas filters, okay? You can this is just, it's customizable to what you want to see. A lot of you might want to see more fundamental data. You can do that here. This is what I like to see, okay? So this is all customizable, but if you want to have mine, go ahead. And yeah, I have other scans that I am sharing. the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. You can see this does not produce very many alerts, which is the way I want it. I've got some filters in here that are pretty tough. The main one is the relative volume has to be 8, which is, you're not going to find too many stocks that having an 8 relative volume. So only 2 have made on the downside and one, of course, this one on the upside. But I am sharing other scans. I don't have all of these open, okay, but you can take a look at them. So if you're wondering, for instance, if you look at the momentum scan that I've got, the Momo scan, just give me a moment. So with all the scans that I've got and any scan that you see in our toolbar, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels and they all have scans in them, okay? But if you're looking at this particular scan and wondering, well, what is it doing and why is it finding MLGO right here? Okay, you right click, configure, and this is for every scan, be it a top list window or an alert. So if you right click, let me do it, start it again. If you right click, configure, and click on summary, this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. Okay. Now, this is the, of course, we have screening capability. That's more for top lists, okay? But this is the screening capability right there. But we are a great real-time alert machine. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Minimum volume 100,000 shares. Now this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So there's the SASI at 1047. It met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. So that's why we see SASI up here. Now we just see it again. It obviously just made another new high. 437, it's still sort of the same high. But that's what we're really, really good at, showing stocks, with, well, in this particular case, a real-time new high alert. But we have many, many alerts that you can pick from. Now, I only really use new high alerts and new low alerts, but there are many you can pick from. But just a couple of things. So if you like this scan the way it is, great, but you can, of course, modify it. If you didn't like this price range, for instance, so I'm just giving you a brief overview. This is not a course on how to use Tradedeas, okay? The user guide has all this information, but I'm just trying to give you an overview of what you can do. So for instance, if you wanted to change that price range, say to 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100, I just did that. So you would click on the icon and you bring up all the filter values and you can make changes if you want. So again, you can see how it is now changed to 10 and 100, and then you save it. Say okay, and then save it to your cloud. Make sure you save everything to your cloud. But I don't want to make that change. So you can either take my scans exactly the way they are or make some changes if you want. Now, if you want to build your own scans, or again, if I right click configure, and this time instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So now don't get hung up on how many real-time alerts we got and how many filters we've got. Excuse me. I hardly use any of them. Even since I started as a customer in 2010, I've just been somebody who really likes to see stocks near the high or new low of the day. But we have many, many other real-time alerts. This doesn't have to be your style of trading. It just happens to be my style. So but if I scroll I keep scrolling. These are all of the real-time alerts we have. You don't have to learn them all. If we've got new 5-minute highs, 5-minute lows, 10-minute highs, 10-minute lows, etc. That might be something you want to look at also. And if I keep scrolling down and I see these icons, these are our filter icons, okay? Again, you don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is because, the company, when the excuse me, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So consequently, they tried to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could create a scan based on them. Okay. But you don't have to learn them all. So the last thing I'll ask is that if you do decide to take out a subscription at any point, just please use my promo code. Okay, save my homepage. And if you're going to take out a subscription today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, please just use the promo code or save or come back into the room. The reason I say that is that this is a free room. We would love to keep it that way. And the more people take out subscriptions using my promo code, we can keep the room free. Okay, that's all I ask. Marias de Valmont, I love that name. Asking, is this a live right now? Yes, it is. How do you change the window title to personalize it? Okay, Ralph. So if you wanted my momentum scan and you don't like that, that name, you want to change it to something else, or any scan that you might take from me, just right click, configure, summary, and right up here in the window name, now you can make a change it to whatever you want, and then say okay. Okay. So again, just right click, and that goes for any. Well, multi-strategy is a little bit different, unfortunately. You've got to right click and go to properties and then window name. But for alert windows and top list windows, yeah, you just right click, configure, summary, and then you'll see it up here. Okay. So Mr. Vibes, I'm going to call you Mr. Vibes. Okay, it's easier for me than trying to pronounce the first your first name. You can try. Okay, just depending when you took out your annual, you go to support. I don't get involved with accounts, so but you can try and say, hey, listen, I just took out an annual a couple of days ago before the promo code, and they might make an exception. Okay, try support. Oh no, try. Why not? Depends when you did it, of course, but okay, guys. Things have settled down a bit here. Holy smokes, what a insanely good alert that was. I did not act on it because I was just so wrapped up in other stuff, but insanely good alert right here on the morph, guys. So 1035 was the alert, 4702 was the price, 4281 right now. Insanely great alert to short. And plenty of shorts available to interactive brokers anyway. 259,000. I cannot speak to it for other brokers, but wow. Yeah, certainly you can try. I would try. I'm talking to Mr. Vibes in the YouTube room. Try, okay? Tuesday isn't that long ago, so try. Just don't use my name, okay? Wow. Well, any active stock, JK, in my opinion anyway, any active stock, if it trades options, will probably have abnormal option activity. It's not the option activity so much that drove it down. It's just that, this was super active. It was pretty active yesterday. I don't know if they had some news. I still can't see any news for it. But typically, I mean, if a stock trades options, you'll probably see a lot of option activity. But I'm not trying to say that it was the option activity that drove it down. It's just typically if a stock is very active and it does trade options, you'll see a lot of option activity. That's all. Well, I don't see any news either. No, but I'm not saying it's not because of the option activity, in my opinion. It's just if people see it's moving down and it trades options, people might trade options in it. Lots of puts. I don't know. I'm not an option trader. But, it also I mean, if I had the reverse, I should have if you had the reverse of this, momentum scan, I'm 100% sure that you would have seen this. So for those who wanna see the momentum scan, but the reversal of it, okay, I'll show you an easy way to do things like that. Man, oh man, oh man, was that ever unfreaking believable. And I got distracted. I mean, it had all the room looking left too. $38 was the next low. All the room in the world. All right, well, let me show you. So if you wanted the momentum scan, this is momentum up, but if you wanted momentum down, all you do is this. Okay, first of all, duplicate your window. And this goes for any alert window. Okay, any alert window. If you're just sort of looking for a flip, I'll call a flip of it, and I'll explain what I mean by the flip. What a great market now, guys. So first of all, the first thing to do is to duplicate the window. The reason to duplicate it is uh, okay, the reason to duplicate it is because you still want this window. Okay, so you don't want to overwrite anything. So duplicate the window and now watch what you can do. I'm going to right click. I'm going to click on, first of all, let's take a look at the filters and the alert. So what can be flipped will be flipped. What can be flipped here? Well, somewhat obvious. A new high now of the day can be flipped to a new low of the day. Now, what cannot be flipped, you cannot flip a price range, current volume, number of shares, but you can flip this, stocks where the price was up at least 2% from the previous close. We can flip that to stock was at least down 2% from the previous close. So watch what happens when I use this little flip. See how it's now flipped? New high changes to new low. Price is now down at least 2%. So all this is really this is a time saver. If you're happy to flip something with all of the same filters in place, other than the ones you can flip, then it's just a time saver instead of having to recreate all this from scratch. And then all I would do is just give it another name, call it Momo down. Oops. And if I could type, there we go. So we call it Momo down, say okay. And now look at morph. So you would not have had to rely on the option activity to show you this one, believe me. You would see this, if you had had a momentum down scan also. Okay, so if you want this one, I can give it to you. I think I actually created it earlier. I went through the same exercise a while back. Yeah, Momo down. Okay, so if you want it, I can give it to you, but otherwise, you can. It's a good exercise to go through, though. Do it yourself, it's so simple to do. Just use the flip function, give it another name, and But just the thing is to remember to duplicate your window first, because you don't want to overwrite this, because you probably still want this. You just want the flip of it. Yeah, Hertz we saw earlier was weak. You maybe didn't hear me real. We were talking about the Hertz, but okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:01. What a fast morning. So, Rolf, did that help you when you asked about how to change the window title to personalize it? Did it help? This is not a channel chat. This is my layout. Okay, this is my layout. It's not a channel. So, and people ask for my layout. What I do is you can pick and choose. Again, if you go to my home page, you can pick and choose what scans you want. Not everybody wants everything. So that's why I do it like this. You click on my homepage link and go to the scan section. And these are the scans I'm sharing. Not everybody wants everything. So, I just organize it like this. You want my abnormal option activity? Here it is. You want my halts resumes? Here it is. You want the momentum? Here it is. The charts, that's got to be up to you, because not everybody, people ask me, well, you're a day trader. How come you only have a 15-minute chart up? Why don't you have a 30-second chart up? We don't have 30-second charts, but why do you have only a 15-minute chart and then a daily and a weekly? Because that's what I like. It doesn't have to be what you like. And again, I'm not talking to you specifically, but just in general. I used to be when I first started, intraday trading, I only used to have a 2-minute chart up. Didn't even have a daily or a weekly. I only had a 2-minute chart, and that was it. But over the course of time, I just found that a 15-minute chart just suited my trading style a lot better. Yeah. So relative volume. So that relative volume of whatever 21.44 or whatever it is, 21.95 now. Yeah. So what the relative volume does is it looks at the time of day. So this is not exact, okay? Because people ask, well, what is that formula based on? This is not exact. It's proprietary. It's a proprietary algorithm, but more or less, it looks at what it is traded on average over the last 10 days up to this time of day. So we'll call this 11 o'clock Eastern time. So that represents 22 times, if over the last 10 days, what the average has been up to this time of day. Okay, that's what the relative volume filter. That's not an exact, but it's good enough. Okay, it's good enough. Just know that you got a high relative volume. That means it's trading abnormally, and you can't get too much more abnormal than what Morph is doing. Okay. What a morning. Yeah. So when I first saw Hertz, it was up here at 1450. So that is now. Okay, it's a lifetime low since it got added to NASDAQ, which was right here, back to NASDAQ, I guess. Okay. I don't see any specific news on Hertz, but boy, this, yeah, you're right. Real. This is still very weak. HTZ. So again, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Short form of my explanation, this is open between 9 and 3 p.m. Eastern time when I'm live, where you can hear me and I'm live on the mic. Now, after 3 o'clock, I will always stay later than 3 if there's some questions, but I usually shut myself down at 3. So you won't see the screen and I won't be live on the mic. But now, if today's Friday, he may not do this, but William has graciously keeps the room open till 4. I don't know if he's going to do it today because it's Friday. So you can still hang around in the room until 4. Again, I'll have to, he'll let us know though, if you can keep the room open till 4 today. Looks like uranium is still, is this URG? Is that a uranium play? Yeah, so this is a uranium play. So I think I saw triple or quadruple U or triple U, whatever that is. Let's take a look at, I don't think you're still swinging this one, are you, PJ? You probably got out right around here, but there is a URA. This is the uranium ETF. All right. Have a great weekend, Mr. Vibes. Triple U. Okay. Oh, okay. So quadruple U is uranium. I think triple U is some kind of an instrument company. Yeah. So quadruple U is uranium. Triple U is I think it's an instrument company. Universal Security Instruments. There you go. No, I know. I know. I completely understand. That's what I'm saying. Can you not hear me, stocks? I'm saying triple U is not. I know. Quadruple U is. And of course, CCJ, yeah. CCJ is the big one. I don't know if it's the biggest uranium producer in the world, but it's certainly one. I probably just moves URA. I don't know what percentage CCJ is of URA, but almost an all-time high. I see what you've done. You've put in all the uranium stocks, Larry. I see what you did. All right, guys. Now, TVTX, I think, had a downgrade this morning. Wells Fargo lowers price target, but TVTX is now above yesterday's high. So this is actually this is now turning into a reversal play. Okay, TVTX. One of the scans I am sharing on my other monitor. And I'm not trying to hide these, okay? It's just that I don't want to put all the scans on the one monitor. It'd be too overwhelming. But that is a daily reversal scan that I also have. There's that MRTX that Real has been talking about. super strong yesterday and super strong today. Continuation coming into maybe the 200-day moving average, 41.17, but that's far enough away. Not quite, say about a dollar and a half away. Now, what I do many times, and today is no exception, if I have a really successful trade, like the MLGO, what I typically do then is I start reducing my risk on future trades during the day. So what do I mean by that? So let's just throw out a number. If I'm risking typically $500 or 1,000 or 500, whatever that number is per trade, 500. Let's say $500 per trade, and I do very well on a trade, then I don't. What I'll do is I'll reduce my risk on any other trades for the balance of the day. So that might mean maybe I'll reduce my risk to 250 or 200. I don't want to give anything back or much back, if that makes sense. That's what I do. And reducing risk. So if you're new to what I'm talking about, I'm sitting now 11, 12. Let's take this MOND as an example. Okay. MOND. Let's say I wanted this one right now. Yeah, I want this one. I mean, this looks pretty good. So I'll take 500 shares. This is in our simulator. Whoops, 500 shares. This is in our simulator. Okay. I'm going to go rent it at the market because there's only one set spread. I'm going to buy it and send it. Okay. So now I'm in this trade. But entry price was 439. I'm going to put a stop. So I haven't gone over money management, I think, this week. So probably a good time to do it. I'm going to put a stop at $4.19. And I'm going to explain why I did that. You'll see a red line in the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Okay, there you are, minus $98.95. So how I trade is I trade like this. I have a checklist. And unless I can check everything, I will not take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. When you start to trade, you have to develop your own style. Okay. Just give me one moment. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So where was I? Talking about money management. And so most of the things that what I see them, most of the things that I would have to check have already been checked. So for instance, I'm not going to see a stock outside of the price range that I like. It's going to have at least the minimum volume that I like, probably the minimum relative volume that I like. And you can just look at my scans and you can kind of see, what I like. That doesn't have to be what you like. So most of the things are already checked for me. So the next thing I do, of course, is I look left. I click on the alert. I look left. If I like what I see, if it's got enough room. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so again, most of the things are already checked. And so the next thing I do is I say, okay, if I took this trade, where is my stop? because obviously not every trade is going to work. I have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. It's that simple. And I don't talk a lot about teaching trading that much, but the one thing I will preach is that, in my opinion, you've got to have good money management if you want to survive. Okay. And one of the ways to have it is to have a stop. Get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, the difficult part is when you start trading, when you start learning, you might say, well, okay, that sounds great, but how do I know where to put my stop? Now, how I do it is I typically look at a 15-minute chart, maybe a 5-minute chart, and check to see where I think there's a big support area. Support meaning a lot of action at a certain price. And so if it went down through that price level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. That's typically where I will put my stops. Now, the problem is that where I think there could be a good support level may again not be where you think it is. So this is what I would do if I were starting out. I would maybe put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, maybe the 15. It's going to be a wider stop, but maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, and use that as your stop. The reason you can do it's easy to do because it's a defined number. When I say easy, I mean it's a defined number. There's no guesswork. There's only one number that is the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, so you can try doing that. That's number one. Have a stop. Now that what I'll do though is where I think my stop would be is, let's say it is, now I put it 20 cents away. And I got into this one. So this is actually going to work out okay. So 439 plus 40 cents is 480. Almost works out perfectly. So again, this is in the simulator, guys. Okay. This is in the simulator. So had I taken this trade for real, and I determined that that wasn't a bad stop, 20 cents away, then the next thing I have to do is I'll be looking left. Okay, where could it go until it hits the next high? It has to be at least 40 cents away. The reason being is that when I take it, every time I take a trade, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. So what does that mean? If I'm risking 20 cents a trade, I have to be able to look and say, well, yeah, I could make 40 cents on this trade. 20, so I could risk 20 cents to make 40 cents, 1-for-2 risk reward. Now, just because when I look left on this one, just because the next high is 491, I'm not saying I don't know if it's going to get there, but it has a reasonable chance of at least getting to 480, which would be 40 cents, right, from 439. So then it becomes a candidate that I would trade. Okay. Now, the next thing is how many shares am I going to take? I took 500 shares because I wanted to make the math super simple. The way I trade is I'll risk about the same amount every single trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 200 the next. I will try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. The risk amount meaning if it doesn't work, what's the max I want to lose on the trade? In the simulator, I try to demonstrate a max loss of $100 a trade. So that's why I took 500 shares. I put the stop 20 cents away. In this particular case, that wouldn't be a bad stop, but I just wanted to make the math easy, because if I take 20 cents and I divide it into $100, that translates to 500 shares. Conversely, I have 500 shares and I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, that's $100. So you can actually create an Excel spreadsheet and put your risk amount, your set risk amount, and put and then type in your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate approximately how many shares you should take. Okay. So I don't risk the same amount. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. And every trade does not have a 20-cent risk. It's all going to be defined by what I think is a support level. So in other words, if that were 10 cents away, if I thought the support were 10 cents away, I could take 1,000 shares in the simulator. 1,000 times 10 cents, if I lose, equals $100. Now, what I said about risk amount is I do very well. If I'm up what I consider, pretty decently on, it doesn't necessarily have to be the one trade. Maybe I took a couple of trades, 3 trades, and then I'll start to reduce the amount I'm gonna risk going forward. I don't wanna start risking the same amount necessarily and giving back what I made, okay? Now, what you can do is practice in our simulator. Our simulator, now, unfortunately, if you're using our web-based version, the simulator is not available. You have to be using our downloadable application. All you need is our standard service, and then you would click on new, and then Brokerage Plus, and this is the window that would show up. Now, you may have different column headers, and in order to get the simulator, okay, so I just got stopped out. This is important money management. I was going to get into that. In fact, I should talk about it right now. So you see, I put a stop, and I got stopped out for $100 loss in the simulator. So that's very important because when you practice, first of all, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live. I can't say enough times, that before you start trading with real money, you better practice in a simulator. And if you can't make money in a simulator, don't try to trade live. And unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't mean it's going to translate into making money once you commit. Because, and I'll explain why. But this is important. You see, I allowed myself to get stopped out to show you that's how it works. So I'm out of the trade, but with a manageable $100 loss. This is in the simulator. So here's what can happen though. Let's say you make money in a simulator. Now you're convinced that you can trade. That's great. You start trading. And you've been obeying your stop in a simulator because it's not real money. Oh well, $100, but it's not my money. Here's what can happen though once you start trading. All that discipline that you taught yourself in the simulator can sometimes get thrown out the window. You get into a trade, and you put your stop in, and you're really excited about this one because man, the room is talking about it. There's even good news. News is not a reason why I get into a trade. I call it a bonus reason. That's all. And you get into the trade, and just like this was happening, it starts going down into the stop area, and you're at the stop area. But you know what? You say, this has got to come back. The news is way too good. It's got to come back. And so your $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally look at this CCG, just making a new high, guys. Before you finally get out of the trade with a much bigger loss than you should have. That is scenario number one. Scenario number two is almost as bad. You don't get out of the trade. You're down $500, and then it does turn around on you, and it comes back to your entry. Now you're up a couple $100, and you say, wow, I'm so glad I didn't get out of the trade. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is not good money management. It's that simple. Of course, it can happen that something that you thought what would work may work on later on. But here's what I would say. Commissions are so cheap, okay, so cheap that if you get out of the trade with a manageable loss and then it comes back to your original entry, you can always go back into the trade. You could get, there are many reasons why it didn't work the first time. Maybe the market turned against you. Maybe, some big seller just decided to step in and wanted to get out of his position. You don't know. But because commissions are so cheap, there's no excuse for not getting out of the trade just because you don't want to, pay commissions. So that's it. You can practice trading in our simulator. This is what I was going to say. So if you load Brokerage Plus, it'll probably say not connected. Just click on SIM, SIM. Now you'll be in the simulator. Now, if it says account, depends on the version of Tradedeas. Again, I don't know if the latest version of Tradedeas automatically puts you into the simulator, but if it doesn't, then just click on it. If it says account, just click on it. and it'll change to simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator, and now you can practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so you don't need a broker. If you haven't decided who your broker is going to be, that's okay. You can still use this, and it uses our real-time data. If you want to practice swing trading, you can do so. If I were in a series of trades in the simulator, I would just highlight the one I want. First of all, if I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the one I want to get out. These are some very simple hotkeys. You can, to get out of a trade, you just flatten it, or you can get out of half your trade, or you can double it, double your position. But if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. Okay. And Andy just confirmed that it's going to be him in our YouTube room in a little over half an hour. So again, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. And again, if you're new into this room, please don't be shy. Ask questions. I think people have the wrong idea that they're going to distract me because I want to. I'm in a trade. If I'm in a trade that require like the MLGO earlier, if I'm in a trade like that, of course, I'll just say, if you ask a question, I might say, listen, I can't, I've got to concentrate on a trade like that. But typically, the trades I'm in are not going to necessarily, I'm not necessarily going to have the, my undying concentration. So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long, but I'll let you know. I mean, if I can't answer right away, I'll let you know. Yeah, the MLGO looks completely dead now, guys. I don't think it's going to back up to 10 today. So, all right, EURN isn't something to do with the. No, no, this is a freighter. Okay, deep sea freight transportation. Next low looking left is way down here at 1646, but there's also the 200-day moving average. So I mean that could stall it also. 1659 is the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, CCG just showed up. Why? This showed up in my daily reversal scan. And one of the triggers, it has to be above the previous day's high. So it just broke over the previous day's high, 2381. And obviously it's got a ton of room. I'm not saying it's going to get to 3652, but traders will be looking at that. I don't know if I'm going to take this one, but it's a very low float. China, low float China. Okay, I see the AI. Our AI has one alert today, and that's it. So to short SCHL, this is the earnings play. We talked about this in the pre-market. I didn't really like the way it was trading, but the AI has a short of that at 33.80. It did get down to 32.40 before it popped. Only one alert though today from our AI, which is part of our premium service. I'm at the point right now though, and I'm sort of reluctant to give anything back. Anything back. I mean, yeah, I could reduce my risk a lot, but boy, it is more fun. It's an unreal alert. Don't get too many in this, again, in so when you see this repeating, I mean, it might look overwhelming, but, then you take a look at the don't repeat. These are the only alerts that came through today so far in the option scanner. And are they remember now, this program is called Trade Ideas. This doesn't mean just because you get an alert that you just pile into the trade. All it means is that, okay, I the alert happens, of course, because it meets all the filter requirements. And whatever trigger you had, in this case, a new high of the day, new low of the day, but then it's always about then what do you see when you click on the chart? And that's why, when you're new to trading, you might say, well, I don't know what I'm seeing. What am I supposed to see? That's why you've got to practice. Take a look at that course that we've got, the free course that we've got. Sure. Okay. So Troy, so if I'm risking $100 a trade, okay, and in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So if I'm risking $100 a trade and my stop is 20 cents away, remember now, all this is, I know what my entry is, I know where my stop is going to be. So that's 20-cent difference. And if I'm risking $100 a trade, if you divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. Remember, I'm risking $100. The risk is going to be the same every trade. Hopefully it makes sense that, I mean, if you had a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade as an example. So again, in the simulator, I just like demonstrating risking. If your risk was going to be $100 a trade, then that will share size you based on the difference in the entry and the exit price or your stop price. Again, in this case, 20 cents, divide that into $100, and that gets you 500 shares. Okay, make sense? Wow. I'm really somewhat, I mean, we don't get opportunities like this all the time, guys. What a insanely good alert. And lots of shares available. And no news that I can see for this morph. I mean, there was no clue yesterday. I mean, the stock was in a bit of a downturn, but there was no clue yesterday about this. Can anybody find any reason for this moving down? I don't see anything. I mean, it's a little strange. I'm not seeing anything. Corny, Troy, but absolutely, knowledge is power. There's no question. I mean, it requires, looking at thousands, and it sounds like a crazy high number, but it really isn't. But thousands of charts, and eventually, what happens is, when I'm sizing up a trade and only or a potential trade, it's only taking me, 3 or 4 seconds, really, because the main thing I'm doing is looking left. Number one, if I don't see enough room, then it just becomes, a trade that I'm not going to take. And then I can kind of quickly size up where if I'm going to take the trade, where's going to be my stop. So it doesn't take me very long to do all that. But that's just because I've looked at many, 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 many charts. And the other thing too is that, sure, on a trade like MLGO, that's a fast moving stock today. They're not all that fast, okay, and all the time. So it does give you an opportunity to size it up. And if you are 2 or 3 or 4 cents, from when you first saw the alert before you can actually take the trade, it shouldn't matter that much. I mean, I'm not trying to scalp for 2 or 3 cents on a trade, so it shouldn't matter that much. So is that the sector? Is morph the sector? Okay, to look at that. Well, but morph is a bio. Am I wrong? Morph is a bio. So what relationship would that have to commercial real estate? Unless we've got it wrong here, but their business summary. Okay. Okay, guys, what's this PDFS doing? PDFS. Not very much volume. Only 107. It's 5 times normal, but only 170,000 shares. All right. Well, things have finally settled down a little bit for me, anyway. So I see what William was talking about. The VWAP for Hertz HTZ is 1416. And what did it get to? Got up to 1393, so a little bit below the VWAP, a little bit below the whole number. Yeah, I think, well, I mean, sort of an obvious statement, but I think that MLGO is done. I was kind of hoping, this is what I was hoping for. Now, I mentioned about price alerts, guys. Okay, so yeah, use our price alerts. I mean, we didn't invent the concept of creating price alerts, but you see, I put a price alert way up here, right around $10. Now, I was hoping maybe it would pull back to this 8 level, and kind of hang there for a while, maybe several hours, and then maybe later on in the day, get some volume and pops it right through 10. It doesn't look like that's going to happen now. But creating price alerts, so simple to do. So let's say I wanted to put a price alert 31.98 for this PDFS, and I'll just bracket it. I'll put it just below what I just want, trying to demonstrate what can happen. Okay. No, I would pick one that's just not going to move now. That's right. The volume isn't that great. Okay, let me find another one. MOND. So classic, guys. Look at this. Should have got back into this trade. Okay, in the simulator. So this is what I was talking about. So we got stopped out in the simulator, but it came back to that price again, the original entry, assuming that that was a good entry. And and if you're thinking, well, obviously it wasn't a good entry because he got stopped out. No, well, not necessarily. Just because you remember, if you create a scan and it's working nicely for a few days. Nicely meaning you're getting decent alerts from it, and some of the alerts that you're taking are working. And then one day it doesn't work. Don't scrap it just because oh man, I guess it doesn't work anymore because one day the ones you're taking aren't working. So what I'm saying here is that it came back to the original entry. You could have got back into this trade, okay, and taken it for the second time. Because commissions are so cheap now, either free or even with interactive brokers that I pay half a cent a share. I mean, it's not a reason to get out of a trade. It used to be, years and years ago when commissions were crazy expensive. When I look back, how crazy expensive commissions were. Sure, it's really tough. You weren't day trading like this. It would be impossible. But now, I mean, they're so cheap that there's no excuse to that you don't want to pay the commission. Well, I guess they're not cooking too much up in the chef's warehouse, guys. Look at this. Chef is just getting creamed here. Bad week, 30 down to 22. Don't see any, again, I just don't see any specific news. I mean, I saw some price targets cut, but they're cut to $49 from 54. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for this one, but this has just had a terrible week. CHEF. So I not going to do anything between now and noon. I'm going to wait for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. Let's see. Shady is long spry. That was an interesting one yesterday. Well, the day before and yesterday. So it had horrible news. Spry had horrible news. It's a bio, and I think the FDA rejected them. Basically, we'll just say it, call it like that. Rejected them. That was 2 days ago. So the stock the day before it. I saw this one the day before, wondering, well, I wonder why it's moving down like this. Well, there was your clue. After hours, it came out with the news that the FDA has rejected them. 661 down to 255, and then but yesterday it had a nice recovery day. So Shady is. Are you long right now, or are you waiting for 370? I mean, it's at 369, so maybe you're long right now. The high looking left is 393. Well, I mean, it's an all-time low. ATL. HTZ is an all-time low only if you consider it's, when it got back up into NASDAQ, back to NASDAQ, okay? Obviously, it was way down. It was a penny stock when it was in the pinks. So I don't know how you really think about it, or a person thinks about it in terms of an all-time low. An all-time low since it got up back onto NASDAQ. But obviously it is really not an all-time low. But maybe for all intents and purposes, I mean, what is this? This is back 2 years ago, approximately. Whatever it is, it's weak. It's very weak. See what happened, guys? So this is what I was trying to demonstrate. Here's how you can use the price alert window. Remember, I put a price alert for this PDFS. So you minimize your window. The price alert window is found here. Click on new and then price alerts. Now, if you've not ever created one, this will be completely blank. So what I do is I minimize the window. There's no reason. In fact, I don't want it. Even if I do have the screen space, but there's absolutely no reason for me to be staring at this ever. Okay. In fact, I don't want to, because what I want to happen is I minimize the window, and then when you get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen, so you can't miss it. I sort on the triggered time column, so I'll always see the one right at the top, the last one right at the very top. I also put a sound alert on it. Using the actions, I put a sound alert on it because every now and then I might wander away from my computer. And when I know, you have I have a different sound alert for the different windows that I've got. And I know I know what that one for this one is. So I can come racing back and see, okay, what was that sound? What was that price alert? Okay, so that's why just minimize the window and then it'll pop up on your screen. I'm going to get rid of all these. Now, the other thing you can do is what I would do is on the weekend, we have a maximum number of price alerts you can put, 500. Nobody needs 500 price alerts, okay? Funny, we get people, we get some emails, people bent out of shape. I want to have 10,000 price alerts. You guys are terrible. You don't allow me to do that. Well, come on. You don't even need 100. But okay, you can have a maximum of 500. And what you can do is on the weekend, click on that triggered column. Oops. I'm sorry, the alert column. This is going to show you how far away from the alert is your price alert. And let me see if I can find something that makes sense here. So I've got an alert price for this one, SWIN at 12.75. The price is 4.42. Do I really need to see this anymore? I mean, because what if it does hit 12.75? I mean, does that matter? Because by that time it has already come from 4. So, on the weekend, I'll go over these and I'll just delete a bunch of them. I'll probably keep the ones that are close. So this one, for instance, well, I just put this as an example. Now, the other thing you can do is if you click on that dollar alert, that's going to tell you how far away it is from your price. You might look at it and go, wow, it's pretty close. Let's take a look to see, maybe I want to take the trade now. Maybe I don't have to wait for it to actually hit that price alert. But I don't want to overcomplicate it. This is more for, okay, come on. If something is, like $20 away from a price alert, do you really care anymore? So for instance, so that's what I do on the weekend, is go through them and get rid of the ones that really are, you shouldn't really care about anymore. Well, you're just an oddball then, William. I would say that most people do not have to have more than 500 price alerts. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in now in the room so that you can head over. Andy's not there quite yet, but he'll be there certainly within probably 8 minutes or so. It's 11:52 right now. There you go. You don't think you have 500. There you go. So there is your YouTube link. And now I'm just going to wait for Andy to show up. Oh, I wish I'd taken that more short. Would it, how, to get one incredible long and one incredible short would have been a fabulous day for me. Okay, guys. So AAOI, this is a daily reversal also. Yeah, but look at all, see, this is how I size it up immediately. So just because it showed up on my daily reversal scan, so I click on it, what do I see on the daily chart? I mean, it's at 965 right now, but there is a ton of resistance right around 10. Doesn't have enough room for me, okay, to go until it hits, if it hits this. Now, if the next high were at 1259, that is a, hugely different case. So that's what I'm saying. You just look at the chart and I can typically size things up pretty quickly. And it's either like a go, no go. Okay. Give me a moment, please. You can hear the radio. Okay, guys, I'm gonna mute myself now in the main room. I'll keep myself, of course, up and running in the YouTube room. Just getting set. Andy sometimes shows up a little bit early, so on a break, back around 1 p.m. PT. Actually, I don't have to mute myself until he gets there, so he's not there yet. I mean, there are all sorts of different ways to trade, guys. I mean, I don't, I have this, I have this daily reversal. I have this because it can give you some interesting looks, okay? But I have to admit, I don't concentrate on it. But I mean, there are different ways to trade. And so I'm looking at this AMPX. So there was the alert at 11:04, 448. It's 485 now, as an example. So, I mean, listen, trading can be really confusing. One of the things that is a pitfall, I think, for new traders that they want to be able to cover absolutely every single type of setup. And what will happen is you'll get overwhelmed. You'll get overwhelmed by all the alerts that you're getting. You'll be clicking like mad and getting nothing done. That's my phrase. Clicking like mad and getting nothing done. And I was there. When I started as a customer in 2010, I didn't want to miss any setup, anything I read on the internet. I decided, well, I had to have that also. So I probably had 15 alert windows. I had probably 10 top lists, and I just got nothing done. And it's not necessarily the number of alert windows you have, it's how many alerts are you getting from them. So for instance, if I had 10 like this, it wouldn't be a big deal, would it? I mean, I'm only getting one on the daily breakout and two on the daily breakdown today. I mean, some days I'll get a few more, but not many because I've got a very tough filter in here. Speaking of the Ampex, look at this. Ampex. What do I think of Sissy? SISI, just before I take my break. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't trade these espresso. Okay. I don't trade anything under $1. So what do I think of it? I mean, if I were really into something like this, I mean, it's got some room to almost 20 cents, which, yeah, from here would be a nice percentage increase, but I have no feel for these. I'm sorry. I just don't trade anything under $1. Had some news, I guess. They're trying to get, so they have another 6-month grace period in order to regain compliance. So what's going to happen. They're going to do a reverse split at some point so they can get over $1. When that happens, I don't know, but so that's what I think of it. Am I shorting UEC? Ah, there you are, Andy. What a morning, Mr. Andy.
Barry, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good.
I love how you, Barry.
Uh,
That's your sign on. What a morning, though. Wow. Just, the two that I pointed out, I think in the traders in your room there, not your room, but the Slack room.
right, right.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. For a
Yeah.
lazy Friday, not so much.
Yeah, there you go,
You do
man.
anything today?
Not really. I was trying to, bottom nothing really.
Just,
Nothing
just one
major.
moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself in the main room now. Andy is there, so you can head over. I put the YouTube link in. Okay, we'll see you guys in about an hour. Okay, Andy, now we can
All right.
continue to talk.
Yeah. I mean, I had a let's see, I wish I had more China stocks on the big gap up, but I did LI. I was in LI for a little bit of that and
Mhm.
yeah, trying to, kind of I'm thinking this is gonna be one of those next week could possibly be it's the end of quarter, so you may get some, some window dressing, man. So I'm trying to nibble in some Amazon and some Tesla and
Andy, I'm
some
going to have to cut you off. I have a phone call. Okay.
no go. See you later, Barry.
Okay. Okay.
Bye
Thanks.
bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, how's it going today? Oh, is Barry shorting UEC?
Sorry, Andy. Okay, I'm just going to I'll mute myself again. Sorry about that.
No problem, buddy. No problem. Enjoy your hour. All right, guys. Welcome to the Friday support session. If you do have any questions, this is a great place to ask it. If you're working on a something you're trying to build, question with the software, this is the place to be. And I'm pretty sure I just got stopped out of about some of that. So let me do this real quick. Yeah, this is crazy, crazy action. Well, one would think after the last couple of days, this is has a great chance to continue lower, and this could definitely be one of those. This is not uncommon to have a day like this after a big sell-off day. What we call like an inside doji spinning top, where it just kind of closes inside, and then you come into Monday and you the market decides which direction is going to be a continuation or is it going to reverse. And I'm just thinking if the volume's not there, is a good chance, it's a good chance we may reverse. It's been frustrating both the bulls and the bears, but we'll see. That's definitely some two ugly candles last 2 days. Okay, let's see. XBI, let's see. Yeah, okay. Just kind of maybe I can see you're kind of at a level right here. I'd feel better if it went and tagged that, but still close enough for comfort, I guess. So getting contrarian, I don't mind that. A nice bar yesterday with a doji, uh, and a big volume bar. Like to see it reverse, and you'd have a great bottoming tail reversal pattern probably. Yeah, I've been known to play with a little bit of fire. The good thing about it is when I'm wrong, I get out. But uh, it's a dangerous game. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of eyeballing oil here. Just if you look at the last matter of fact, it's getting close. You look at the last 4 trading days. I don't know if futures were doing this kind of volume, but the USO, that's a lot of volume. And look how it's closing on lows pretty much every day. This could potentially be getting tired. Now, what I'd like to do is see a bar reversal and, break below that 10 and do a bar reversal. I just heard a beep. I hope everything's okay. Heard a beep in my mic. Maybe that's Barry playing games. I mean, obviously, very, very strong commodity, but this is one where yes, I would put on a short on a strong stock, but I would have a reason for doing it, and that would be breaking that 10 period moving average and a bar reversal. And something like that is definitely worth a shot for me. Now, the way I'd play it would probably be with SCO, give me a little ultra. And you can see that's already actually done. People are rushing into that. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's losing momentum. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, I do have some stops in. You know what? I'm put a little pullback on this. Maybe I can get a pullback. I hate chasing 5 bars like that. So if I do jump in now, it would only be for maybe a half a position. Okay, everything's looks to be okay. Let me put a little. All right, thanks to Lee, everything is pretty okay. But Still liking this one. I have not gotten out of this. Uh, well, I take that back. That position I was in, did a webinar on this yesterday and wrote it all the way up. I did get stomped out, but I re-entered on this 50 period moving average because you had this 50 period moving average here, and then you had this really, really nice level of support, which was used to be resistance, broke through. And I told myself if it closes below 38, I'll get out. And it never did. You can see tempted, got close yesterday. I did not punch out. If you're a swing trader, you need to wait for the candle to close. And it closed above my 38 price. And then I got a nice little gap up this morning. And this is one that I will look to even add more if it gets above these moving average, especially that 50. Is it time to go long TLT? What's it doing today? I haven't looked today. I know yesterday it was. Oh, that's a tough one. If you do back out on I was looking at it yesterday. If you back out on a weekly, you're going to see it's right at this level. And it broke it. So I would not be surprised. That's what I call a double dipsy doodle sometimes. You go right here and then you roll over, you take out that low to flush out everybody, and then you get the bounce. But we'll see. I'm not one to play TLT, but interesting. Definitely interesting. SEO is actually coming through the. I wish I would have picked up some of this earlier. I always like a little head start, anticipate. But it could buy half size here. Think about gold. It's like I mean, it's oil. It's very similar to gold. You'll have a position and you'll all right, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna buy a third of a size of this. Get it on the blotter. Be a slow play if it is a top, so that way I won't get jigged out on some sort of gap up or something. 'Cause it does the gap overnight gaps, kind of similar to gold and silver. Peter Smith, what do you consider high float and low float? High float, I'm not gonna. I mean, high float, is that's so subjective to me. Low float. I've always used kind of 20 million. Anything below 20 million, I consider low float. Uh, if I had to break it down between high, medium, and I mean, yeah, low, medium, and high, I would say low float under 20. I would say medium from 20 to uh maybe 100, and then anything above 100, I just consider high float. I mean, that's enough shares where I don't think it's going to affect the price movement that much. Some people may go 200, but obviously they got stocks that are in the billions, but you can't break it up evenly. That's for sure. And there's my USO signal alert. pull this up to kind of just watch my. I got stopped out of a lot of things the last 2 days. I'm glad I didn't get stopped out of Lee. Uh, let's see, Tesla did sell. You're welcome, Peter. You're welcome. Wow, this SGen has been on my list, my swing trade watcher for the last probably week, and then of course you get the big gigantic gap up today. What are you gonna do with that? Really liking Futu, FUT. I mean, above this level right here, say call it 60, 50. China play that I really like. PDD's another one, but it's got some work to do. Sorry, I'm laughing at something Steve just sent me. But the logic, and it could, it could go by the wayside. I could get logic behind the Amazon, the Tesla, and the shop and things like that is as we go, they're heavily owned stocks and things. So it would be to get some window dressing next week. So hopefully I won't get stopped out. Hi, Trevor. This is not Barry. This is Andy now. RVP show up on your unusual option scan. So Barry will be back in about an hour. We take over the room here for anybody who may have questions. We honestly we end up usually talking a lot of stocks because all of us here are very long time traders. But I don't know. I don't have Barry's option scanner up. See if it's on the one. Or not seeing it on the one I'll look at. Yeah, because of the gap in the market, Paul. Yes, you did have a lot of stocks gapping up this morning. No problem, Trevor. Now, this LU is, I don't recommend it, but taking a little gamble. It's just a dollar stock, but I like what I see when it broke down to all-time lows and then popped back here and then took out that high. I bid in it this morning at 112. Uh, big mega cap. Speaking of float, Peter, there's one with 2.3 billion shares, has tons and tons of float. But I threw a bid in earlier today. Uh, pays actually a really good dividend, which is actually coming up. Go to Yahoo. I don't trust. Just get confirmation of our dividend. And somebody who knows something about. Wait, I gotta go to finance. Why do I keep putting Lulu? So the dividend is 9 cents at about an 8% dividend, and the exit dividend is coming up at October 11th. So I'm thinking, you know what, this may have a little flurry into the dividend. So for a cheap stock like that, Now, I don't understand all this stuff. So it looks like uh, two shares, of which represent one ordinary share. So I don't know if you get paid on the two shares or you get paid on the one share. But nonetheless, I'm playing mostly the chart. Just like I told you, is kind of drive down, break down, big volume, get everybody out, and then possibly a pop here. But I don't recommend stuff like this for everybody. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Plus, China's doing very well, so overnight. So if China hadn't gapped up, I probably wouldn't have done that. Dish has been disappointing me. I made some decent money on it, scalping it during this move right here, these couple of moves, and but I got back in, and boy, it's trying to shake me out. Okay, hey Mike, how you doing, buddy? Mike C in the house. Trevor, Andy, do you keep an eye on A-list stocks when the market is nearing a reversal point? Or yeah, I don't know if Steve does this. Now, you might call it something else. When you say A-list stocks, are you referring to, like the big boys that I like to play, the Apples, the Nvidias, AMDs, Amazons? I do like to look for relative strength. As a matter of fact, in my video today, Akamai, I love the way this thing is holding up. As a matter of fact, it's about to go to highs here. You talk about relative strength. So I do like when the market's getting hit to look to see what's holding up well. Uh, so what I really love about this Akamai, and I wish I'd have bought it and then on the gap when it drove down this morning, but I was nursing my other trades. But nonetheless, it still hasn't done a bar reversal. This is incredible strength. Okay. You look at the movement we've had in the market the last 2 days and look how this thing is holding up. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go, but it's definitely got buyers in it when when your market's getting creamed like it has the last 2 days, and this thing, can't even take out a 3-day low. So that is definitely relative strength. And what I love about it, let me expand this and show you, is look at this gap. Okay, too far. There you go. So we're right here, and look at this gap up here. And if you use the close, you're probably talking about another $5 move easily in Akamai, if it takes out this 3-day high. So one, I'm coming real close to entering. And plus, that would be a great window dressing stock. So in other words, funds would want this on the book once when the end of quarter comes out and the reports go out. You would definitely like to have something like Akamai on the books. So this could be a great stock to keep an eye on, if not today, next week for sure. As a matter of fact, I might buy it now. This is not a recommendation to buy. Some people would say you probably need to let that take out yesterday's high, but this is more of a position trade, more of a swing trade. I'm not day trading it. Yeah, I did pick up some 26 on that Akamai. All right, let's see here. Uh, Peter, what you suggest for work over weekend to prepare for next week? I like to look at my obviously my positions that I'm in. I'm always checking the positions that I'm in. Uh, I like to look at my scans. Now, honestly, I got after you've been doing this for as long as I have, you can get a system down where I can pretty much go through my stuff in 45 minutes probably. It's what I do each morning, and I prefer to do it in the morning. And the reason being is because you got stocks that are gapping up. You can take a look at the sectors, which one are strong. Like today, China. My focus was on China. It was just too big of a gap up for me to be chasing too many stocks. Uh, I like to, just see where the market is. Obviously, is it gapping up or gapping down? See how the sectors are looking, which sectors are strong on the open. So I'd like to do that. This is why I do my homework in the morning. Now I will look at some stuff at night for sure, but for the most part, I will get up early in the morning and go through my scans about. Uh, and I've shared these with you guys, but and I'll share for those who don't have it. And it's my eye homework. And what I'll do, I like this nice setup. It looks for stocks that are setting up nicely, like this ET phone home, ESTC. Look at that. Put me alert right there. That takes out that high. SFL. And this is kind of stuff I'll do. This one right here is setting up. Can't get through that 20, but if it does close above that 20, it could be a good one. So maybe I'll put an alert just above it. Today's high at 11:13. So this is the kind of stuff I'll do in the market in the morning. Pull back above 50 SMA Pro. It works really well in a bear market. Okay, in this choppy kind of sideways market, I'm going to be honest with you, it doesn't work that well. So I haven't been using it. Okay, that's one thing you'll learn what to do is you learn what the market is giving you at the time. So in other words, in this environment, I might be looking for more pullback stocks. Okay, stocks that are pulling back to key moving averages. Uh, Whereas if you're in a bull, an impressive bull market, maybe I'm looking at this pullback scan because it can give some really good, like this Google. If I'm in a raging bull market, I would love a stock like this pulled back to its 50 and now it's getting a bounce. But when you're in the slop that we're in right now, this scan, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not that effective. Same thing with these over here. I'm careful, although MRTX sure had a nice couple of days, that's for sure. Gosh, Barry had alert yesterday at around 32 something, and of course, I instead of just grabbing it, I bid it. Anytime I grab it, they reverse on me. So I said, "Well, I'm going to bid it and let it pull back to me." Next thing I know, it thing's up another $4. Uh, Indy on revenue growth fishing, having a good day. Yeah, it is a mad market. It's a very difficult market, and if you're swing trading, don't feel like you have to do anything. I don't think Steve's doing anything right now. There's nothing wrong with that. Me, I feel like I always got to be in the game, but I'm looking for. I am playing less size. Okay, I am pulling back and playing less size, and I'm looking for you know overextended. Maybe things that are getting to an area of support resistance. There's always some logic of why I'm doing something, but uh, yeah, it's far less size right now than what I'd be in a very strong market. and tight stops. I tight. The good thing about today's environment is you have free commissions. So if it doesn't work, I'll put tight stops in and just get out. I'm real good about cutting my losses. Right. I'm not. I don't let things run against me. My weakness, all these years have been holding on to winners that keep working for you. And that's why I talked in the webinar yesterday about that core position, keeping a core position. And if you didn't see it, well, unfortunately, my segment got cut short because our guest speaker, he went long, but I'm glad we wanted to get him in there and share. He had some very interesting stuff that he talked about. If you didn't see it, it's probably on our YouTube page now. If you're a day trader, especially in this market, go watch that video, okay? Because it's a fading. The strategy he showed was a fading strategy and going short, and it can be real effective in this type of market. So watch that video if you didn't see it. Because let's face it, when you get in this kind of market, a lot of these trades to the upside, they don't work. Uh, 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 you say he had Trevor. He had a scan. You talking about Steve Barry? Oh, a table. Okay, yeah, yeah, I think Steve's listening. I'll let him share. Did you get that? I think you're referring to the A table. Yeah, that's a short squeeze list that he keeps, and at times those can be very effective as well too. All right, espresso trades. Can you show me how to filter criteria? I am wanting to filter for greater than 15% sales growth, greater than 20% earnings growth, greater cash than debt ratio. Oh, sure, I can do that. Pretty easy because I developed our score and used a lot of those fundamentals in there. All right, so let's go to new. Let's just start from scratch. Go to search, and you are wanting sales growth. Let me just put growth in. I'm sure it'll come in there. Okay, I think you're talking about quarterly earnings growth. Espresso, that's probably what you're now we definitely have revenue growth, and I see that you have earnings growth, and we do have revenue growth. Those are the only really two we have. Nothing really for sales, which obviously would be revenue. So right, I mean, so we'll do revenue growth. So let's say earnings growth. You want to come in, and you said for earnings growth 20% at least. Okay, so what you want to do is click on that, add your filter, and then all you got to do is put 20 right there in the minimum, and you can always check it by looking at our little show me button here. You click on that show me earnings. Quarterly earnings are at least 20% from last year. Okay, so that's how you do that. Now you would come back and you would go to revenue growth, which you had sales, so you want 15% revenue growth. We're going to add filter, and it would put 15 right there. And then your next one is your cash debt ratio. So basically, that's just cash divided by debt. So if you're wanting a cash debt ratio, you want to add filter. Let me check. You want greater cash than debt ratio. Okay. So I think you just put a minimum here of one. Okay. Because one is basically the break even. So if your cash is the same amount as your debt, that's going to be XYZ, or the number divided by the number. If they're the same, obviously that's one. So just click on the show me button. The cash ratio to debt is at least one. So that would be how you would do that. Those are the metrics you would use in your current criteria that you put in there. Beaten bottom earnings. No, there's nothing that compare, and uh, the reason is it's probably these reports that we get, our data sources. They don't release them like probably every 2 weeks or something like that. In the fundamental side, they're not quick to release a lot of these fundamental earnings because you got to get the port, do I guess some sort of algos that figure out everything, whatever it is, but you just don't get them that quick enough to really to report that. But the ones I definitely like revenue growth. Okay. Earnings growth is something I really haven't used that much. I focused on revenue growth. Well, you can see over here. I like cash. I show my cash debt so I can easily see what the ratio is. Uh, Sometimes it's nice to see if it's a dividend or not. I was just looking at some of my trade. The market is just so sloppy. It's like every day's a quadruple witching. Speaking of which, is it? No, last week was the third Friday, right? Yeah. So I hope you got that. Yeah, there's no way to see who beat estimates. Uh, you'd have to go to another source there. Yeah, that's something you'd want to kind of see early too. But yeah, you can't. You go back and see some of the you got income to debt ratio, market cap. That's actually a custom formula. Uh, let's see. Let's go for earnings and see what we have. Price to earnings ratio, PE. You can get that. Uh, EPS, earnings per share. I think it's one of the fundamentals I think I use in the score. Like to see that they're making money. You're welcome, Espresso. No problem. Okay, high short interest. Happy New Year. I actually got one in here. It's called Squeeze Me. Steve created this one. Load and short float. So this is going to have your short float in it. Okay, you can sort by short float, like Carvana still has a 40% short float. Groupon is very high. And the way you figure it, and I'll share this with you so you can have a copy in it. It kind of gives you the position and range. So if you want to see ones that may be close to their highs on the day, you could go here. SFM is close to highs and it still has a pretty decent short float. But the way you figure it, it's pretty simple. So you'll know in the future is find the short float, okay, filter, and just put a minimum that you want in there. I have 10% minimum, so nothing will appear in this scan unless it has at least 10% short float. You can make that higher if you like, but here's the thing: if you're sorting them, let me sort this by. I have it sorted by. Let me sort it by short float. Okay, so now you can see the ones short float. You can always go here, change from the close, see which ones are up. and UUUU still has a 13% short float. Let me share this with you, but it's pretty simple. Just find that filter IONQ. I set alert there. Let's see why. Shoot, hold on just a minute. Save and share. Copy all. And this will be squeeze me. There you go. Happy New Year. All right. Why did I put alert in this IONQ? Oh, that was put it this morning at yesterday's lows to see if it broke down. See what USO is doing. Oh shoot! I forgot to buy my. I hate when I do that. Forgot to buy it in here because got this around 1674. So I'm just gonna have to buy. Thought I did. Oh well. I'll know now that my price is better than this price. Excuse me. Yeah, it is Friday. It is Friday. We can get goofy on Friday. What that sassy end up doing? That was doing some crazy volume this morning. I didn't do anything. Whole lot of nothing. And this is why a lot of times on my if you notice my explosive moves and momentum scans, I look for a 5-day high or a 10-day high because it would be real easy to jump in this. I mean, it was just doing incredible huge volume this morning. And it's so easy to jump in this just basing it on the intraday and the volume it's doing. But look, it really never even took out yesterday's, high. So this is why I would like to see it, take out of some sort of range because you're right in the middle of no man's land, just slopping around doing nothing. So that's why I'm always careful about, you know, I don't trade, day trade that much, but when I did, I would always see it want to break out some sort of range. And Barry's good about that too. My problem is I like to get a head start sometimes, and I anticipate. It gets me in trouble. Let's see how the other. I almost bought Neo this morning when it's just that thing is just. I'm gonna wait for my price on that one, and I think I got an alert. I think this thing may actually go to all-time lows before it bounces. They did. That was a huge. I was actually in that stock on this day. Luckily, I got out right at the open, but I liked the way it was holding that 10 and setting up, and I was actually in that, and then uh, not a lot, but because you can see it was in no man's land, but I still had a half position, and Did like a $1 billion convertible offering. Good Lord. How much money do you need? No, Perfect Circle. I don't play any instruments. I messed around in junior high and high school with the drums, but gave them up because too much noise in the house. They didn't have those quiet drums like Steve has back in the day when I was young, where you could put on a headset and block it, block everything out from the family. If you wanted to see reversal bars, how would you set a scan uh, or a top list? Well, I'm sure I have something built in here. Let's just type in the good old reversal and see if I got anything under reversal. Let's take this 5 minute. Let's see. How old is that? 22. Let's do this green bar reversal and just see my how I built it. Now we have a lot of these uh, pre-built into our system now, where you look for patterns where you have at least three down bars and then you have a reversal. That's available in our filter list. If you just type in reversal, we'll take a look at that here in a minute. But let's see how I set up this green bar reversal. So if I go to configure, all right, price $3. Oh, wait a minute. Something's wrong with this one. This must be, yeah, something's not right with this one. Yeah, let's go someplace else. I don't know where that came from. Didn't strike. Yeah, that one. I don't know. That had like a T. I'm not sure what. Let's see. Let's go to trend reversal up. Take a look at this one. Okay, let's take a look at this IHS. Take a look at the configuration. This has a lot of filters. Well, I'm seeing some weird stuff. Let's make sure we didn't take out those filters or rename them or something. Uh, you do consecutive bars. Okay, consecutive. Let's go consecutive 5 minute down candles. And AGI. Okay, you had a lot of consecutive down candles right there. And let's take a look. Yeah, this makes more sense now. So in this case, if you're looking for consecutive candles, and honestly, I like to put these in a top list because This way, you can kind of watch and you can set alerts. The top list will populate as long as these somebody if they have consecutive 5 minute down candles. Right now, this is the only one, and it's kind of quirky. So it doesn't have to be a red bar. Okay, what if you take a look at this? You're going to see it's the close. The close of the candle has to take out the prior. Has to close above the prior bar's high. Okay. So you can see here, it didn't do it in all these circumstances. This is why, even though you get a green candle here, okay, the close did not take out the prior bar's high. So this is still kind of intact. Now, what I might do something in a this is gold. I probably wouldn't trade it, but if this was a normal stock, I would look for an area of where it might bounce. Right now, I don't really see anything till maybe this 50 period moving average, and I'd put an alert in that. Or I would just mark it up and look for maybe a bar reversal if it were to reverse above that this high here. So I would share this, but you're probably better off just building one yourself. You can do this as an alert, or you can do it as a top list. I like to do it as in a top list. But the key is just remember, if you're looking for down bars, you got to put a negative number in the maximum side there. Okay. So if you're looking for up bars, you would do just the opposite. And we'll just do that right here. You would put, say, 4 consecutive up bars. You would just put it in the minimum side. Let's click this. I imagine we'll probably see more. Okay, so we got 4 consecutive bars. Well, that's really small bars. Oh, this is a 15-minute chart. That's why my bad. I got to go to 5 minute. Okay, so now you got 4 consecutive bars there. And even though you had a red bar there, it still did not take out the prior day, the prior bar's low. So they do work. They're just a little bit quirky because you can have a red or green bar in the opposite pattern. It doesn't mean it's going to show up. So I hope that makes sense, Espresso. Now, if you want to do a reversal, it's a little bit more trickier. You could set up something like this on and then do maybe a 5 minute high alert using I would use uh, consecutive bars and then do like a 5 minute or a 15-minute high after those consecutive bars. It's a little bit tricky, but I find it's best just to use them in a topless. Yeah, let me I got a good one in here. Let's see if I just remember what I called it. I haven't looked at this thing in forever. Let me put in consecutive. Take my caps off for crying out loud. Consecutive 15-minute candles. This is, I think, is the one. Let me see. Yeah, this is a good one I'll share with you. This shows consecutive 15-minute candles, and it also gives you the up candles and the down candles in one nice little top list. Okay. So let me put this back on a 15-minute chart. And if you looked at this, you can see uh, there'll be 15-minute candles. Okay, there you have it. And a lot of times you can gauge a lot of times when you might, say in this example, it's a weak looking chart on the daily. Maybe you want to short on the first bar reversal. So you can just kind of come through and mark them up. Let's take a look at this ICPT. And I'm not sure why that's down here. Oh, this is because it's changed from the close. Okay. It's red on the day. Okay. But it's had 6 consecutive up candles. If you wanted to, you could do them like this as well. You can sort them by like this RCM, 7 consecutive green candles. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. There you go. Even though you see some red in there, okay, it did not. Uh, they're still considered up candles because they did not take out the close, did not take out the prior bar. So let me share this with you, and And but you can still you can look in here and look at the configuration, and if you want to build something else, you can do that. Consecutive 15-minute candles. And there you go. Lee's getting close to a going through highs here. If it wasn't a Friday, I'd probably buy more, but I'm okay. Yeah, you can use daily candles too, espresso. Yeah, so you could put your fundamental filters. Just remember, anything you put in, any filter you put into a scan, okay, all those criteria have to be met. So, uh, but yeah, you can do that. Just remember, yeah, everything has to be met that you put in there. So, but yeah, go look in there. We have daily candles too. So you could put, consecutive days, I think it's called, and you could just use pretty much do it the same way I did that. If you're looking for 3 down days, just put a -3 in the max, and it have to be down for 3 consecutive days. But it's best used for homework. It's hard to create it to where you want the consecutive candles, then you want it to show you once it reverses. I think we may have some uh, pre-configured one in there, but, I don't know about day. I think it's just intraday candles. Okay, looks like Chris is showing you, giving you something. Yeah, yeah, that's nothing wrong with that theory. That you could always use my score too. That has, I mean, if we have a score. Stop. They say stock composite. What am I putting stock in there for? Composite rating. So this composite rating, like I said, it has a lot of the fundamentals that you are referring to. Okay, in this score, and what you might do is just you could put that score filter in there. You have access to it, and you might can put it at like 80, a minimum of 80 or something like that. Or if they're getting beat up, uh, it might be, the score might be lower. I'm not sure how bad you want the stock to look for reversal, but I mean, take example of like Amazon right now. You would think good quality company, but look at the score right now. That's just, but what it is, it's the market we have, and that's not a great score. So maybe you want to use, but you got to be careful because like cash and debt, look, they don't have a positive cash to debt ratio, but that probably just means they financed it. They borrowed a lot of money when interest rates were at pretty much zero. But yeah, you can use your filters for sure. Let's see, shop is about to get me stopped out of a portion of this. Barry, I think I hear you.
You do, you do.
Yeah,
Now, I was
yeah.
really interested. I popped in a little while ago. I
Mhm.
popped back out again. But what are these noiseless drums? What does that even mean? You said that Steve has noiseless drums. What does that mean?
I'll let Steve explain it to you. Well, basically, uh,
So,
I
the
you can
drums don't make a sound, but you have the feedback in your headset.
exactly,
Oh, I
exactly.
see.
You
Okay.
can put them in your headset, put a song on, and, yeah. Now, they will make a little thump thump, don't get me wrong. I mean,
Right.
if you're in the same room or they're just but he's, like, in his garage pounding away and nobody hears him, just
Oh,
because yeah.
how cool is
Y
that?
yeah, it's real cool.
Innovation. My
Yeah,
wife always talks about innovation in architecture, where we sort of throw it around like, what is innovation? That's innovation.
that is
Hey,
innovation, for
seriously,
sure.
a drum
Yeah.
set that doesn't make too much noise, so it doesn't
Yep,
drive your spouse or kids crazy.
exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
Well, anyway, yeah, I was saying somebody asked did I play any musical instruments, and like in junior high and high school, I did. I played the drums, but yeah, back then, yeah, you just you just have to drive everybody crazy, man. I'm like, you know what?
Right,
I'm not
right.
gonna do that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
my friend, 12:57. You can leave
yeah,
if you'd
Barry,
like. Let's
Barry, yeah, we got
get a 3 minute start.
it's a huge Saturday for football. A lot of good games out there. So
What's the big I mean, I don't care. Well, I
yeah,
guess if
you
you're
probably don't
following
watch.
Colorado and Oregon to see whether or not Dion's
Yeah, yeah,
team can keep going, I mean,
that's yeah.
that's one.
I don't think I think they're
I
gonna
don't think so. No.
yeah, they're gonna come back to earth. I think this Saturday. But
Yeah, and then they play USC, so I think they're gonna get pummeled 2 games in a row.
yeah, they might. They definitely
So,
might. But, I think let's see, Ohio State, Notre Dame could be good.
yeah.
SEC plays stars, so there's always some good games there. And I think, oh yeah, Alabama and Ole Miss, that could be a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah. I mean, who'd have thought that that game would be, of any import, but
yeah,
yeah.
Alabama's not as strong this year. Yeah.
No,
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 they're
the
not.
luster's gone.
Well,
It's
for
amazing,
maybe a year anyway.
well, 2 years now, really. 2
Yeah,
years. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
in theory, I mean, Georgia's been back to back, so
Right, right. But Alabama still only lost 2 games last year. So I mean,
true
they're
enough.
down year. They're still 10-2.
Yeah, but I mean, a 2-game loss for Alabama,
Oh
that's like
man, that's
a 5 loss,
it
for
is.
most teams. So
It is. Sure is.
anyway, well,
All
yeah,
right. Well,
yeah, we'll and go Seahawks, go Seahawks.
yeah, yeah, that was an impressive win because
Oh,
Detroit's been playing good. My Cowboys look really good, but did you hear where Trayvon Diggs
yeah,
yesterday? Oh
yeah,
man,
that's a
that
bad one.
hurts because that defense was looking really good.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Oh
But
man.
back to my Seahawks, I would have bet everything I owned in the world that they would lose to Detroit. Even if I
Yeah.
didn't have to give, even if I didn't have to give points, just I would have bet everything
Yep.
that Detroit would have won that game. I was just stunned. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
guys. Syed wants your YouTube side. I don't know what he means by that. You know what he means by that?
Can you play? I don't. I used to have a YouTube channel, me and Steve under Today Trader, but we sold that, so I really kind of like to buy it back because. But I don't have a YouTube channel there, Syed. But sorry. Now
Okay.
we still have one, Barry. Maybe you can share that with him. But I or do we? Is
Well,
Michael?
I mean,
We still posting on that?
well, I post a daily video. I know Kelly
Right.
Shantae uploads it, but I also think that this, believe it or not, I think all this is though I don't understand why, but all this is recorded and
Yeah.
on YouTube and the main room. But I mean, that's 7 hours, so I don't
Yeah.
know why anybody would
Yeah.
want to really see that.
No.
So I'm
But
not sure what you mean. Maybe you can be more. You can take off, Andy.
all right.
I'll
All
try
right,
to
Barry.
help the
Well,
gentleman.
everybody
Have a
have a
great
good
weekend.
weekend. You too, Barry.
Okay.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms and get my music going and we're set to go. Hey, now, yeah, this Spry is, if it takes out 4, it hasn't quite taken out the high of yesterday. I've got a price alert right there. 3. Yeah, I mean, it's within a penny. 391 was the high yesterday, and it's at 390 right now. So I'm not sure. I can't remember. I know you sold for a small loss, and then you suggested maybe it'll turn into a short. Did you get back in, Shady? I guess that's the question. Did you get back in? Oh, okay. So thank you, William. Okay, so the room will be definitely closing around 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock today, guys. William cannot keep it open till 4. That's no problem, of course. Now, espresso, I put a link in there, which is my bouncers toppers. Okay, don't get too many alerts. Now, there's no fundamental data in here, but I mean, this gives you a bit of an idea. So anything in green, sorry, anything in blue is a potential bottom, and anything in orange is a potential top. So look at Dell as an example. What a great run Dell has been on. So you can see Dell right there. I mean, this is, and in mine, it's a consecutive, I think it's 15-minute candles. I think it's 15. It might be 5, but I think it might be a consecutive 15-minute candles up. And then we're looking for a top. So we had a little top there. I mean, it got up to 70.55, but didn't really drop that much as an example. But there's no fundamentals in here, though you could see, you know what? Instead of messing around with everything, well, it defines a potential reversal. Okay, let's take a look at, I'll break out the strategy, okay? I'll take a look at Dell, okay? So I I have two strategies, two scans in here. One is potential toppers, one's potential a bouncer. So I'll look at the toppers and we just open it. So I mean, this is what I've got. Okay, so it's actually I'm using 5-minute candles. So the stock was up at least 5-minute candles in a row. It's got to be above the VWAP. The RSI is at least 78. And after that, here's a price range. Of course, that's up to you, and a minute and 500,000 shares minimum. That's up to you. So we get an alert if it makes a new high and or a 5-minute low. Okay. So you can see right there, I've got the type here. So far, no 5-minute lows, but Dell was making. So I mean, it's now a matter of, okay, all these filter values are met. Now you start watching. Will it reverse? And I'm glad you said potential, because obviously we don't know if it's going to reverse, but based on these filters, there's a potential for it to reverse. And anything in blue is a potential reversal to the like a bounce. It's just exactly these same filters, except the stock is going to be down 5 candles in a row. The stock is going to be at least below the VWAP, and the RSI is probably going to be 22. Just sort of flip this, and then we'll get a new low and a new 5-minute high. Okay, so these are potential. As I'm glad you used the word, because obviously there's nothing that's guaranteed. Now you can see right off the bat, not too many. Okay, because of the filters I've got in place. They're not, these are the only ones. So if you wanted to add fundamentals to this one, you probably wouldn't get very many, probably wouldn't get very many at all. But for instance, on a Dell, Dell, well, I mean, what a great composite score it's probably got. Ooh, I've lost my data. Okay, just give me a moment. So Dell, so yeah, Dell's got an 87. So I mean, again, I'm sure Andy must have explained it. So something that is 87, anything over 80, in my opinion, is pretty good. So that means this is stock has strong fundamentals and strong technicals. You can see the strong technicals. I mean, it's going to be way over all the major moving averages. Of course, this was a result right there. That day right there was earnings, and then also strong fundamentals. Now, the other thing I always say though, when you get an alert here, it's always good to look at what the market's doing. So if you're looking for a bounce play and the market was, kept moving down, 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 probably bounce plays are not going to work that well on a day like that. Right now, I mean, the market doesn't have to be moving higher on a bounce play, but it doesn't, but it just can't have, you can't be looking at the, say, the SPY and saying, well, man, there's 5 consecutive red candles and it keeps getting worse and worse. I would not probably play any sort of a bounce play, something like that. And the same thing if you're looking for something that might be topping out. Topping out is a little bit different, I find. Even if the market is soaring higher, I do find that you can get some topping plays just because, depending how parabolic it went. But I would say that bounce plays are a lot harder if the market is moving down. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But right now, the market's really doing nothing. So you can take a look at this. I put the link in, but there are no fundamentals in here at all. But I did put the link in. And if you don't find you're getting, enough alerts, then you can always modify it. My whole thing about alerts, though, is not getting. I'd rather not get as many as getting too many. I'd rather have being not upset, but saying, yeah, I'm not getting too many alerts. I'd rather do that than having like being inundated with alerts. Nada. And I don't really use this that often. I'm not a big reversal, but I have it here. So because I know there's all sorts of different trading styles. So that's why, I do have it on my other monitor and I am sharing it. So look at Dell. I mean, as an example, I'd be looking at Dell right now. I mean, look what it's doing. It's coming into two highs of 2 and 3 days ago. Now, those were 70.45, 70.41. So, that could stall it. I mean, it's a little bit above those highs, but we set a red line on the chart. That is those are the next daily highs. So, I mean, that could stall it. Now, if it breaks through, I mean, then you have 71.29 is the next high, but it's a mini struggle to get through those highs right now. All right, guys. Well, I am not getting too many new alerts. Let's see. The last alert on the momentum scan was 106. MRTX keeps making a new high, though. That's from the option scanner. Coming into that 41.17. It's getting closer and closer, but $1 away from the 200-day moving average and that next high looking left. The next high looking left is 40.35. How do I set up a configuration to know that a stock is moving in an upward or downward trend for about 20? Well, yeah, I mean, after the fact, we can certainly, show you stock. That doesn't mean they're going to continue, though, of course. So, I mean, you could use the consecutive candles. Okay, I would probably, if you're looking at 20 or 30 or an hour, I would probably use 5 minute for the 20 and 5 minutes for the 30, maybe 15 minutes consecutive for the hour. You could also do things like this. If I right click configure, I'm just going to show you. So here is, for instance, here is a 5 minute range. Sorry, well, 20. Okay, let's go to, we don't have 20, but we've got 5, 15, 30, and 60. So you could literally say, okay, show me stocks that are at their high of the 15-minute range. Okay. So if you use that filter, You could say, put 90%, 95%. That would mean in the 15-minute range, in the last 15 minutes, it's at the high within 5%. Or you could put 100, which would be right at the high. If that makes sense. That's on a 15, okay? So you've got these different ranges. So you could say, show me stocks that are right at the high of 30 minutes, or right at the high of 60 minutes, or right at the high of 120 minutes. So what that could mean, though, it could mean that a stock has just immediately shot up. Okay, so it may only be one candle that's at the high, or you could use the consecutive candle filter. Again, we've got these different time frames. So, I mean, in here, no, I can't bring it over because I've got this open, but I'm using 5 consecutive 5-minute candles in this one. Five consecutive 5-minute candles, either up or down. That's one of the filters in here. Okay, does that help? So I guess it depends what you're looking for. You're looking for something that's kind of steadily up, 5-minute, or are you looking for something that has burst up and it's at the high of, say, 30 minutes? Marius de Valmont. I love that name. Good morning or afternoon or wherever you live. So when you're saying you're not sure, so the best thing to do is, of course, you can ask a question, of course. So when you say you're not sure, so what you should do or could do is try them both and see what sort of alerts you get. Because there's no right or wrong, is there? I mean, when I construct all my scans, it's not that, okay, this is the final thing, this is the be all and the end all, this is what I should be using. Well, that's say in the momentum scan. Um, everybody should be using the volume. The last minute is 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Excuse me. I just chose those numbers because I thought, okay, let's try 1,000, let's try 400. And when I was getting the alerts, I thought, okay, that looks good to me. But somebody might say, well, you know what? I want it to be 2,000% of normal. So make it extraordinary. Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. COHR is rocking based on that news that Rio posted. It is rocking. Now, why isn't it showing up in my scans? There's a very simple reason. The relative volume is too low. It's just picking up now. I'm sure this is probably showing up on Real's volume scanner. Now, if William were still around, he'd probably be looking to short this. Okay, guys, so SPRY now is above yesterday's high. Wonder if Marius, can you hear me? Okay, so I just want to make sure you heard me say that, yes, you can ask me a question. Yeah, but William. William real. I'm absolutely not saying to short this, but him, and he'd be looking at this as probably a potential short. The next high in the daily chart is 32.51. And what did I get to? 32.43. Sorry, 32.43 and 32.43. So that little high there at the moment has stalled it somewhat. Mm. So Marius, I think I saw you actually asked that question, didn't you, to the you sent an email because I think I saw that question. This is not going to be something I can help you with because I don't know anything about E-Trade. I've never had E-Trade. I don't think I'm going to be able to help you. Were they not able to help? I thought I saw Stephanie try to answer you. I certainly cannot on something specific like with what's happening within E-Trade. I just don't have E-Trade, so I won't be able to help, unfortunately. Yeah. So, yeah, if she couldn't, because she's really good at, examining things like she's got the time and the patience to take a look at all that. So I will not be able to help, I don't think. Sorry. It's not E-Trade specific. Well, if she couldn't help, almost for sure, I won't be able to help. I'm sorry. I use Interactive Brokers. I've been using Interactive Brokers forever. And see, E-Trade, Interactive Broker, or our program was never embedded within IB. Look how Spry just got stalled right at $4, guys. So I'm not sure how I can. I'm almost a hundred. It's because Stephanie really. Okay. So linking with Interactive Brokers is super simple, like super simple. Okay. I mean, and my link always remains, but it's just external linking. So the linking is super simple with Interactive Brokers. Okay, so let's just say now, so it's linked. Now, are you talking about the charts from within, say, Interactive Brokers? I don't use the charts from within Interactive Brokers, but if I did, when I would click, if I would click on an alert, the symbol will show up in Interactive Brokers, and then assuming if I were using charts from within Interactive Brokers, I think maybe now I understand. Yeah, like most here, let me like this, okay? This is time and sales from within Interactive Brokers. You see that little chain right there is green. So if I had, and so that means that every time I click on an alert, we do another one. Every time I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. And this also changes because I've got all within Interactive Brokers, all my chains are, and you can have different color chains, of course. So all my chains are green. If I had a chart open with Interactive Brokers, I would just make sure my chain would be green. Okay. So I that's all I can tell you. I mean, I don't use the IB charts though. So I don't have to, if I did, I would not have to link every, it would just automatically happen. We just bring up a chart. So is that what you meant? See, I mean, I'm linked to Interactive Brokers right now. I just use one link, one external link to Interactive Brokers. That's it. And because my chains are all green, so when I click on a symbol, everything that I want from within Interactive Brokers, time and sales, the chart, order. If I had my news, see all the chains are green. Okay. That's all I can tell you. I don't know how it works within E-Trade. I'm sure it must have something within E-Trade. It does the same thing. But that, of course, having these chains all green has nothing to do with trade ideas. That's just within Interactive Brokers. But I can obviously there are different groups. Oops. The bouncers toppers, Syed is here. So I'll give you my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see the scan section, that middle section right here. Click here and oh, I thought I had bouncer toppers here. Okay, I'll have to give it to you. Okay. I guess I haven't added it to the oh, I remember now. I was sort of testing this week to see whether or not, but I can give it to you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't add it, but I can just give it to you. Okay, so you got the green, but what if you wanted linking to more than one IB chart, time, date, order, ticket? I'm not, well, this can't be what you mean. I mean, obviously, if I opened 10 charts in Interactive Brokers and I had the green and they're all linked with say whatever, then they would all change. But that cannot be. Are you talking about having different colors? So, for instance, if I had a, are you saying, okay, if I have a chart window, one chart window in Interactive Brokers, and it was a green link, and for whatever reason I wanted to have another link, then all the green would change, yes. But now you want to have a different color for another chart for some reason, and yet you would want to be able to somehow click on an alert and have it only affect that one that's a different color than all the rest. Ah, okay. Um, Yeah, I don't think we can do that. I mean, from within our program, you can do something like that, okay? Because this is a link to all, but I mean, so from within our program, you can do something like that. So if I have these three charts and they're all right now, I've got link to all. But if for some reason, I had some alert window and I had two charts that I just wanted to see in that alert window, yeah, I could I could create a different color for our charts from within Trade Ideas, but I don't think it's going to do anything to interactive brokers. I don't see how that will work. It won't go to that color, a different color in interactive brokers. I don't think that'll work because the linking that we've got here for a different chart color, it doesn't know that. Okay, all it sees is that, yeah. In other words, you can't. I think I understand what you're saying. So you can't say, okay, symbol linking. Where are you? Yeah, so you cannot say, okay, from somehow, assign this red to, a red within interactive brokers. No. But you know what? I've got a couple of minutes. Why don't I'll open a couple of charts. So there's that, and then I'll open another one. I've never, I mean, there must be a reason why you want to do this, but I guess I've never come across it for me. Let me just go to another. Okay, so group five. Okay, so now, well, that's interesting. Oh, well, no, it isn't interesting. It's not. I mean, that makes sense that that's not going to change. But what you're saying now is somehow, oops, I'll pick red just as an example, but I'm pretty sure this is going to change. Yeah. You see what I mean? So the fact that I have picked red within trade ideas, it doesn't affect this. Okay, so this is not affected because, okay, so you cannot do it. Now, before I forget, any particular reason? I'm just curious why that is. Well, I suppose yeah, I mean, I guess you can set up different, I guess you can. I've never thought of it. Set up different external linking, I guess, though I'm not sure how that would work. I guess it would work. Yeah, I guess if you set up, you're right. You could set up multiple external linkings and having And having different order entries up and running, linked then different order entries up and running, and then link those different order entries to different color charts. So I guess it's possible. If you only wanted, if you only wanted two links, I guess I mean, it's not the end of the world. I guess you could. Now, that's in Interactive Brokers. Within E-Trade, I don't know. Yes, yes, it used to have, that's many, many years ago that E-Trade was, or Tradedeas was included in the E-Trade product. Yes, many years ago. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, guys, in case you're wondering. Look at this market now. Okay, guys, I better do a video right now. Okay, guys, I am going to do a video now. Time is 13:30, 1:32, 1:33, so certainly no later than 1:43. Hey, guys, so I'm muting myself now. You know what? I apologize. I apologize. I was on mute in the other channel. I'm sorry about that in our YouTube. So I don't know how long I've been on mute in YouTube, but somebody asked about why are there two rooms. So if YouTube, it's okay. I mean, there's a slight delay. I think there's about an 8-second delay. But if you just, it's easier to get into the room. And if all you, if you just want to listen to me, then you don't care about seeing charts, that's probably it's a good way to go. But if you want a lot more interaction amongst other traders, also the main room, the main trading room, as I call it, is the way to go. It's a little more complicated to get in. It's not that much more, but this is the link. Sorry about that, YouTubers. Didn't realize I had myself on mute. So I've been kind of looking at this ENVX, maybe as a little late day short, ENVX. Just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Some bottoming tails, so so the sellers have been trying. I think I have an alert set down here around 1190. But again, I'm not really that keen about doing anything. I do see Poe, what you're talking about now with the MLGO. Yeah, I mean it's curling up. I mean, look, if you got it way down here at 440 and now you're at 520, you're laughing. I know you didn't, but that is to me. Listen, I mean, honestly, if it takes out 584, it could get rocking. You're giving up 60 cents, but that could get the interest again in a lot of traders, especially if you get some volume. There's no volume right now. I mean, look at the volume bars. They've just dwindled, of course, since the initial flurry. So let's just take some of this just for fun, okay? 400 shares, buy it at the market, only a 2-cent spread. That's in the simulator. So this is the news that Real put in. COHR surges as silicon carbide unit may be valued at $5 billion. So what are they doing? Looking to sell? So Wolf moved higher on the report. Not sell, but spin off, or what are they trying to do here? Or they're just going to hold it and it's going to add value to the entire company. Let's take a look at Wolf. Let's see what Wolf did as a sympathy play. Yeah, so Wolf, look at Wolf as a sympathy play to that news. Okay, AXLA, I think I did a reverse split though. And I don't think the reverse split has been, well, maybe it's been accounted for. Depends when no, if it was after the 15th, then this has not been accounted for because those numbers get adjusted twice a month. So when was the reverse split, Baba? See, another site has it at 2.4 million, and they're usually pretty up to date. So it looks like this is already, looks like this must be split adjusted. Well, guys, Spry is testing that 4 level now, SPRY, Spry, testing the 4 level. So all these bottoming tails are pretty significant. You know, you hear me talking about topping tails a lot, but the bottoming tails are significant also. So what does it mean? It means the sellers, there was a lot of selling. Well, these are not huge moves, but the sellers knocked that down to 387, closed at 393. Sellers tried again, 386, closed at 393. Sellers tried again, got it down to 388, closed at 394. And now maybe the sellers are just going to give up for a while and let the buyers have a run for a while. But you can see the struggle it's having to get through that whole number of 4 for a while anyway. Oh, this must have gone very negative. I'm just looking here. I see it's now at. Hope you got out, Poe. I was trying to help you here. I was trying to help you by taking this. This is in the simulator, guys. So yeah. Well, I mean, what kept me out? I mean, I kick myself now because I was talking. We saw this fraud took out 3. That was the high of the day before. For all the reasons it went down like this, they're still in place, okay? But this has been, obviously a great bottom fishing stock, but they're still in place. All like the reasons why this went down, and it was I think the FDA basically said no to their drug or something to that effect. They've got some kind of, well, that's why it's called spray. They've got some kind of a nasal spray. Yes, no, I see both of them, Michael. Yeah, I see. It's on a. I see both the. So this is what the main room looks like, and this is what your room looks like. I see both of them. I've got them on another monitor. So I monitor them both. Do we have seasonality charts? What exactly do you mean by that? You mean like oil might be better during the summer months? Like, yeah, is that what you mean? Like things like that? If that's the question, no. Yeah, no, we don't. Well, this one's got I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, the next high looking, this one, IHS 532 is the next high. If it gets through that, 591. Interesting. Trying to come back, crawling off the bottom here. Yeah, I don't see Turb anymore. I know we, of course, I know we know it's a new IPO. Let's see what it's doing right now. Yeah, it's doing nothing. Had a nice flurry of excitement when it opened, but not really doing much now. Huh. ENVX, yeah, just a little bit, guys. ENVX trying to move down a little bit. Looks like our solar's getting beaten up overall. Run is not a lifetime low, but man, oh man, this is just getting beaten up. Let's take a look at TAN, the ETF for solars. If TAN is, yeah, I mean, TAN, so the solars are getting beaten up. I wish William would answer that question. He's not here. I don't really pay too much attention to the fee rate, okay? But, maybe somebody else. And the fee rates are different from every broker, of course. See, that's what I don't quite understand, AJ. I mean, if you're intraday trade or short, does it matter what the fee rate is? I just don't know. I should know, but it's possible because I don't know because I've never really seen any difference in what I consider should be my P&L on a short trade, what I think it should have been. Okay, Michael, so what I can give you is the So I just put, in fact, that this is good. I'm glad you reminded me. So we are going to have a test drive. It's not next week or anything like that, but it'll start November the 6th. So I put the test drive link in. So if you guys are interested in taking the test drive, this is what it will look like. Well, this is just the sign up for it. Okay, this will let you. So if you sign up for it right now, with your email and sign up, then you'll get notified exactly when it is going to start. It is supposed to start on November the 6th and it'll run for 10 trading days. Okay, November the 6th. I'm pretty sure that it's pretty much set, but it could happen. But if you sign up right now, I don't know when you're going to get an email, maybe a couple of weeks before the November 6th, and it'll say, okay, great. Yes, the test drive is definitely November 6th. It'll cost $11.11, and it'll show you how to sign up for this specific test drive. Okay. And that'll give you access to the full program, except I will repeat several times, no auto trading. No auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading, but you'll have access to the full program. You just won't be able to auto trade. And you rarely hear me, well, you only hear me talking about auto trade if somebody asks me a question like, do you auto trade? Or what do I think about auto trading? Or I want to auto trade. And then I just basically say, if you want to auto trade your own strategies, go ahead. You'd need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, but we absolutely do not recommend auto trading the AI, our AI. You'll have access to the AI, you just won't be able to auto trade it. Listen, if auto trading were the way to go, all of us at Tradedeas would be doing it. Believe me. I think the AI is, I treat it like a watch list. And I should go over this also. This is our new website. So this is what our new website looks like, okay? So if you click on market scope, this is a heat map. Obviously, most people are probably familiar with a heat map. So it'd default from the change from the close. Okay, well, first of all, I always like looking at the change from the open, number one. But you have different looks. You can go the change in the last hour, the change in the last 30 minutes. You can kind of see what stocks have moved the most in the last 30 minutes. You can click on the alert. You'll have a little chart here. You'll have a daily chart. You can change the time frame and just change it to 15 minutes. You can change this to a week. This little insert. Well, this is more of an IPO, so there's not much happening, obviously, the weeks. But let's take a look at, I don't know, Vera. That's Vera Bradley. Okay, so that's the change in the last 30 minutes. So there's a stock that has changed a lot in the last 30 minutes, as an example. You can also do things like if you go to the top lists, top list biggest gainers, again, change from the close. But if you want the change in the last 30 minutes. So what has to happen, as I've asked them to do, is we need a minimum volume, okay? I don't know what, let's just for fun take a look at MDAI. What is the volume? Yeah, 32,000 shares. So we need to get a more minimum volume in here. So when it's in red, that means that the stock is down for the day, but it did change again. This is really skewed because I mean the volume is not great, but it did move 3.9% in the last 30 minutes, but it is still down for the day. That's why it would be in red as an example. So what this is good for, and now these are alerts, and here's a crawl, new daily highs, new daily lows. This is a crawl. So if you saw some Shake Shack, if you wanted to take a look at Shake Shack, you just click on the alert. I'm surprised it's not stopping. Oh, I see. You just pause over it, and then you can load the chart. So these are all stocks making new daily lows, new daily highs up here. Okay. So what this is good for, if you do not want to load any of my scans, okay, and you don't want to, go through the exercise of creating your own scans, we're sort of feeding you this automatically. Now you still have to have an idea about how to trade because just because you see something, what are you going to do with it? But at least what happens here is that you are fed some stocks and you can, without you're having to do anything, and you can just, if you have any expertise about trading, and you can kind of just click on the alert and say, do I want to trade WBS? As an example, it's at the high right there, but so that's what this is good for. And again, this is a crawl, new daily lows, new daily highs on top. Now, you have access to this, of course, if you're a subscriber. The only problem is if you have this up and running, you can't, and if you have, say, this, if you have your downloadable app or if you're using our web-based version, you can't have both of them running at the same time. I can have this because I have another account at Tradedeas, so I can have them both up. But if I went to use this as a subscriber, normal subscriber, call it, then this would turn red. That little ball up here would turn red. So if you were looking at this for the first time, I think what happens is you will see something like, and you are a Tradedeas subscriber, you'll see something like data delayed by 15 minutes. Hit here or click here for live data. That's if you're a subscriber. If you're not a subscriber at all, then it'll say data delayed by 15 minutes, and then click here to get a subscription. Okay, so this data will always be delayed by 15 minutes. If you just So it gives you a taste unless click on the live data. But it still requires, some trading knowledge because as you see this and now you think, well, okay, what do I do with it? Well, it still does require some trading knowledge, but at least it gives you a look, different sorts of looks without having to create anything yourself. No dumb questions, Max. No dumb questions. Now, this is what I would do though. You probably are on the channel, right? Where the AI picks. You're probably on the channel. Okay. To me, this is way easier to do. Just if you click on new and then go to premium AI strategy trades window. What'll happen is this is the window that you'll see. There's only one trade today, one alert today. Okay. So instead of your screen, I call it, I mean, I just think it's too muddled going to the channel. You can stay in the channel if you want. But to me, this is all you really have to see. All you should, just see what alerts we only had the one alert today, to short SCHL. Actually worked out very nicely. There was your entry price at 33.80 before it pulled up. It got down to 32.49. It pulled up to here, but wasn't bad. So that would have been I mean, nobody's saying you could get in right at the penny and get out right at the penny, but certainly you could probably, if you managed it well, taking $1 out of this trade. So we always talk about the AI as, it's a good watch list. Machine, excuse me, the machine generates the alert for you, gives you a stop that you can follow, and then you, as a human, manage the trade. So, and the other thing you can do then, once you have this window, when you exit trade ideas, don't forget, at the very, very least, file, exit, and it's going to say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no. So typically we go yes. You say yes because you want the same layout loaded the next day. Just then you can incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. And you won't get any alerts. The earliest alert you'll get is 9:40. Notice the first alert was at 10:24. Now somebody's going to say, well, how many typically, wow, look at this market. Typically, how many alerts do you get? I don't know what typical is anymore, but probably certainly less than 10, I would say, is a typical day. Some days you'll only get, 3 or 4. It's all dictated by, the strategies that made the cut. It would be like saying, well, how many alerts will you get in the momentum scanner on Monday? Can't possibly know because we don't know what stocks on Monday are going to meet all these filter requirements and make a new high for the day. Can't know, right? How many stocks are going to make the 10-day daily breakout on Monday? Look how few there were today. Of each. Two insane ones, MLGO and the Amorph on the short. X-ray didn't really do much. But on Monday there could be 5 of each. We don't know. It's all a matter of, and the reason why there are not many usually anyway is because they're right there. Current volume is at least 8. That means it has to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. Other filters in place here, of course, but somebody, well, how many am I going to get on Monday or Tuesday or what? I have no idea. We won't know until the market opens. So it's the same thing with the AI. The strategies that made the cut that are, sort of live for today, just because they're live. Imagine if this were a strategy in the AI, these two. Some days you might not get anything because no stocks met the filter requirements. So just because a stock might have made the cut in terms of, the optimization procedure that takes place overnight with all the AI strategies. And so they get optimized, and then there are, the strategies that make the cut have to have the proper win percentage and profit factor and all that. So they make the cut. So now they're sitting there to see whether or not you'll get any alerts from them. We can't know if you're going to get any alerts from those strategies until the market opens, and sometimes you won't get any, if that all makes sense. Yeah, that 430 level, perfect circle. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the SPY chart, if you get the weekly, come on, weekly. So they're right there a few weeks ago. This was June. In June, the low was 430.17. That little 430 level is, some will view that as a bit of a critical level. And then the next level will be down here around 410. But remember when we were looking at the pre-market and we looked at all the sectors now that are below the 200-day moving average, they're starting to get more and more of them. I mean, the overall SPY, I mean, that would be a critical level for it to break the 200-day moving average, which is right now at, say, 417.95. I almost feel like just turning off my brokerage platform. I don't want to be tempted to do anything right now. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do right now, and again, ask questions if you have any. No dumb questions, guys. Seriously, no dumb questions. Okay, here's my homepage link. Let's look at it for this week. So again, this is what you'll find. Right at the top here, if you want to take out a subscription, you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. So again, if you don't know this product, please don't take out an annual and forget that one, the 20%. Use my promo code right there, file sale 25. Not sure when it ends. Probably Sunday night, maybe. But fall sale 25. So you can always start off with a monthly. And if you like it enough, then you can go month to month afterwards. Just remember, you'll be back to the normal rate. But if you wanted to take out a yearly subscription at any point, okay, I can always get you a 25% discount. You must do the get started, 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, a series of videos that I think can really help. Okay, it's all free. My stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't, and it's free, you'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And again, here are my scans. So you can see there is the abnormal option activity is right here. Momo is right here. Single stock window. Where are you? Right there. And the halts resumes. So these are the ones that you can see, but I do have other scans that I am sharing. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So, as always, if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, you can really help the room. We want to keep this room free. Just save my homepage link, or come into my home, come into the room, and use whatever promo you're going to see. This will change obviously at some point, but so if you come in next week, next month, next year, just come into the room or save my homepage link, and then it just helps the room to keep it free. Okay. Obviously, there's a cost to keep this room free. So the more people that use that code, the better. From my homepage. And I'm on the mic between 9 and 3 o'clock, Monday to Friday, sharing my screen. So if you do take out a subscription, you're not left alone. You can always come into the room. And of course, the other between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, when the other traders take over in our YouTube room, you can ask them questions also. I agree. Blue asked for that many, 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 many years ago, but I don't think they're going to be adding too many new filters. So the question is number of trades per minute. Okay, I do agree. We do have the average number of prints or trades, but that's just an average. So to me, it's not that helpful. I suppose it's helpful if you just want to make sure you're always in a liquid stock if you're swing trading. I suppose if that makes any sense, but no, I agree. Ask for it. Okay, support at trade-ideas.com. And the reason I don't do it is because they don't listen to me. They'll listen to subscribers more than they'll listen to me. Now they may not, even if they do it, they may not, you know, refine it all the way down the number of trades per minute. But at least what I'd like to see is Show me something that is traded, 5,000 times today, or 10,000 times today. At least that'll show you the super. I mean, listen, to be honest, I mean, we've got the relative volume filter. We've got a lot of things going that can really show at stocks that are trading abnormally. It would just be another thing to do to make sure that a stock is trading, is trading enough, has traded enough times. I mean, in theory, you could get a relative volume filter, relative volume filter, a high volume. It could be one trade of a million shares, in theory, and then it doesn't trade at all for the rest of the day. You know what's looking pretty interesting is this SPRY though. I mean, it's hovering right around that 4 level. You can see on the 15-minute chart. It's just, again, now we did have a topping tail there, but again, these sellers are trying to knock it down, but the buyers are pretty resolute. But there's an enormous struggle right at that whole number of 4. It'll never happen perfect circle. You're probably right. Okay, guys. Now this MRT exit, it finally, yeah, you see, I mean, that could be the little resistance area, that little red line right there, and it's getting closer. And this has to be watched next week, really, because it's getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, 4117. That, of course, is a moving number, moving target, but getting closer and closer to this moving at 200-day moving average, which could really stall it. But it's had a great 2 days, as Reels has been pointing out. Excuse me, Shady has been shorting Apple. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm drifting away here. So the room will not be open after 3 o'clock today. Again, I'll hang around if there's a question, but William will not be keeping the room open until 4. Ugh, look at this one, XPOF. Wow, the next low looking left is 1445. I wish this were earlier in the day, 1445. So about $1.50 to the next low looking left on the weekly chart for XPOF. And yeah, I mean, that corresponds with the next low in the daily chart also. So that's got a lot of room underneath XPOF. Okay, just use my my homepage link, which I'll put in again if you haven't saved it. I would go standard, okay? You don't have to go premium. I would go standard, and you'll see, and then you'll have access to all my scans if you want them. And we have scans up here too, okay? If you click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, we have a lot of scans here. These are all theme-based channels. And do yourself a favor, if you do sign up, please do when you click on my homepage link, make sure you do this, okay? Click on the education section. Wait a minute. No, getting started, get started. Please click on that get started. And it'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, please do that first. Oof, all right, guys, 2:33, so a little less than half an hour left for this week. Yep. Now, please tell me, Michael, that you are going to be using our downloadable application. You're not going to use the web-based version. In other words, you have a PC or something, PC-based. You're not using it. You don't. You're not using an Apple. Please tell me. Or a Mac. I guess the right term is a Mac. Because there are some limitations, if you're using a person or just in general, if you're using a Mac, I mean, you can get access to everything, but then you'd have to be prepared to use an emulation program. PC emulator, or a or Amazon Web Services. Oh, good. Okay, forget it. Okay, yes, simulation is included. Okay, I'm glad you said PC. Simulation is included. Yes, in the standard version. Yes. So on Monday, come back into the room, and if you have questions, I I'm sure I can help. Just this one and YouTube, JPal. Well, at least moderated by myself. Yes. Okay. What RD means now I can interpret that. Well, let's see. I already answered. He means round six. Okay. So this is the sixth time. Okay, Oliver. That's what RD means. Opal, this Opal has been sneaky all day long. Opal has been sneaky all day long. Nice little move. 18 million in the float, fairly low float. I did see this. I never took it. I That's not right English. I did not take it. Correct English. Getting tired, boys or guys. So I think what I'll do, guys, I'll just put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have a question, I'll hop right back on the mic. But otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I really got nothing more to say. as an example. So it's still sort of a strong stock, but because you can see it is still positive for the day. But actually, let me make sure of that. Yeah. So it is still positive for the day. You can see that because it's green, but it's pulled back. So, for those of you looking for pullback plays, you might be able to just at a glance, start clicking on some of these ones that are green. And then the other way, okay, so now this is a different way of looking at it. I'm not saying they're all going to be beautiful, but let me find one that looks a little nicer. Oh, look at the Murph as an example, the Murph. So this stock is down for the day, but it's trying to make a comeback. Okay, so this is, so you see that red, there's a stock that is down for the day, but is trying to make a comeback as an example. Just a thought. Ottawa is wonderful. Yes, it is. Parliament buildings. Welcome. Now I'm going to be leaving probably in about 10 minutes, but you have a question? I'm absolutely free to answer. I think it's just the current 15-minute candle espresso. I know there's been a question about that I've seen some people ask questions about that in our support. To me, it doesn't make a huge difference which one it is, but I think it is the current 15-minute candle. But you're welcome to ask that question in support because I think it's been asked before. I just don't have the answer to it. So, Ottawa, I don't know if you could hear me, but I'll just give you a welcome. My intuition, espresso, is that it's the current 15-minute candle. Okay, that's my intuition on it, but there might be a different answer. Right, exactly. Exactly. It'll be the current, like the 350. Yes. Like WW. This has been actually hit hard over the last little while, but look what's happening. Look what's happening with WW. Okay, guys, we're getting close to the end of the week. Okay, I have another 6 minutes or so. So if you have a question, please ask now. Here we go, guys. Murph on the move again. Murph. Well, there's yesterday's high around 22. Any books to recommend for day trading? Not really. I mean, I know there's the one by I always forget the guy's name, Michael something or other. But it's more the psychology of trading. There could be others in the room who I haven't read a book for so long now that there might be others on the market now that are good. I really don't know. What's the guy's name? Michael, but it's more the psychology of trading rather than, which is good. I just can't remember the guy's name. Michael Douglas. That's the guy. Thank you very much. Z, that's the guy's name. Michael Douglas. Or Mike. Michael. Confusing the actor. Yeah, Mark Douglas. Trading in the Zone. Thank you. That is the one. It's more about the psychology of trading, which is important. Yeah, Brian Shannon's books, Trading in Multiple Time Frames. Brian Shannon, you can take a look at that one. There you go. So now you've got some ideas, Max. So Brian Shannon, I'll just type that one in. Brian Shannon. If you go to Amazon or something like that, you'll see he's got a couple of books, but I don't know what it's actually called, but I'll paraphrase it: Trading in Multiple Time Frames, something like that. Which is basically what I do. Okay, I mean I'm looking at a daily and a weekly at my 15. Um, and that's so it's all important. I'm not just focused on one time frame. It's looking at the different time frames. Yeah, he's got the anchored VWAP. Of course, he's got the anchored VWAP. See, for me, it is that is, even though I know he talks about it in the book that it's okay for day trading, but I think it's really more relevant for swing trading, which is fine. Technical analysis. Thank you. Technical analysis using multiple time frames. Okay, here you go. Am I looking? I'm not looking to do anything now. Orn, not looking to do anything now. Kind of interesting. I mean, it's trying to break out of here, but no, I'm not looking to go along it or anything else right now. I'm ready to shut down. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up right now. Thanks a lot for all the help all week. I'll open the room. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock. And then I'll get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. Okay, guys, I'll shut the room down right now. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you Monday. Okay, now for YouTubers, the same thing.